Good morning. This is the special meeting of the Budget and Finance Committee. It's called to order. We will be going by the schedule that's been published today. The only change I'd ask for the CAO, when we go through the miscellaneous reports, if we can, although we've dealt with some of them during the actual hearings by the department, when we start, I think it's page 829, if we can just go through all of those listed funds so we can at least address them if there's any additional questions, and just go one at a time, even though they may not be listed on the agenda, because I'd hate to have any missed and that we didn't pick up on them when we had the department.
You're referring to all those that are in the Blue Book?
In the Blue Book, yes. And we can just go through and one at a time. And I think some of them are very cursory because we've dealt with them during the actual hearings. Others, there may be some questions.
Okay.
Okay. We have a quorum. Mr. Rezar, Ms. Gould, Mr. Smith, myself, Bernard Parks, is the chair. And so we'll start off on the first department with the Convention Center. And also for the CAO on that miscellaneous, we'll also do Exhibit H during that time. Good morning.
Good morning.
We're going to start off with just asking you questions, and some of the questions is just you've given us an overview in the past as to basically attempting to move to some degree the general fund obligation, but also having more flexibility to manage the department as relates to being sensitive to the changes in the economy and such. Why don't you give us a thumbnail on where you are on those kinds of adjustments, and then we'll get into specifics out of the Blue Book.
Thank you very much. The Los Angeles Convention Center, based on the strategic plan that we put together 3 years ago and was adopted by Council and the Budget and Finance Committee, when we went through the budget deliberation, started operating and behaving as true enterprise-funded operations, whereas our operating costs are to be met by operating revenues. For the past 3 fiscal years, we have been able to meet that goal, where, again, operating revenues have met operating costs at the Convention Center, and it's the first time that that has happened in the past 30 years of operations of the Convention Center. That is going to also be the case this year, so it's going to complete 4 years in a row that we've been able to meet our obligations in terms of the operating costs. The way we have been able to do that is through a combination of options. One has been obviously looking at revenue generating opportunities and try to take advantage of those, and the other has been looking at cost cutting measures. For the past 2 years, especially last year, when we saw the trend in the industry moving to a direction where the revenues are not going to be there for the foreseeable future, we started drastically reducing our costs, and that's how we came up on top last year. This year, this trend has continued. And again, what we're seeing in the industry is that events that are happening and deciding to come to the Convention Center, and this is across the industry, have significantly reduced their expenditures levels. They are not ordering as much services as they used to. We are going to be looking and experiencing this same trend into the next fiscal year. So the trend of declining revenues is going to be with us at least for the next couple of years. The budget that you see before you represents the trends in the industry and looks at our revenue capacity. We have submitted a balanced budget again this year, where expenditures have been reduced to a level that the revenues can meet those expenditures. One of the items that are going to be a couple of items that are concerned to me and the Los Angeles Convention Center is that we have not been able to experience the degree of flexibility and the nimble operational approach that we need to be able to take advantage of the business that is out there. We have forwarded a few initiatives to the committee to the council, which we're working on with the Office of the CAO and CLA. One is the flexible demand-based pricing. The other one is incentive pay for salespeople. All of these are things that are used in our industry, and we are the only one in the nation that, again, are clinging on to the bureaucracy of 30 years ago and expecting to continue on a successful path with that. So there is going to be a need to make changes, and this council and obviously the mayor have been very much supportive of the programs that we have put together, and I look very much forward to bringing those before the council. Those changes in the governance structure, in the administrative structure, and maybe charter provisions that govern the convention center to make some effective business-like changes.
Okay. Before we go to the question, let me just ask Mr. Moody, we have your card. Could you come up and you have 1 minute to make your comments?
Good morning, Councilman Parks and council members. Christopher Moody, Engineers and Architects Association. The EAA has witnessed these budget hearings all of last week and offer our pleas for retention of city workers. The convention center is a valuable asset on a proposed chopping block for privatization. Sell off an asset is a short-term gain. The EAA and representative workers employ the councils to invest their budget fixes in the two largest returns, the early retirement incentive and the curtail of expansions of fire and police department, which account for 67 to 71% of the entire city budget. Not the reduction of fire and police departments, but the expansion of this department. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you very much. Let me ask, on the issue that you mentioned on some of the changes, could you comment on what the impact is going to be on some of these, the 10% cuts and this salary saving cuts, and how they're going to impact your operation? And the other thing I'd like you to comment on, if any of these positions are going to be salary or revenue-producing positions.
15 positions have been identified as part of the $1.1 million in shared sacrifice provision within the appropriation sections of the Convention Center Budget Schedule 16. Per the request of this committee, I forwarded a memo that identified our request to look at not actual identification of positions, but look at coming up with the $1.1 million depending on the strategic business of the Convention Center. As an example, depending on when the shared sacrifice provision has to be enacted, we have to look at our event mix and see what positions can be identified at that specific time. So, because all positions at the Convention Center are revenue generating for the Convention Center. We have clerk typist positions, as an example, that take orders. Service orders, obviously electricians and other craft positions that generate revenues, and accounting positions that go do the accounting audits. So their request has been, and the one I forwarded to the committee, was to allow us to identify, if the time comes to enact those provisions, allow us to look within our revenues and our expenditures and identify where we can make the savings to be able to account for that $1.1 million.
So you're looking for a dollar figure as opposed to a number of employees that you would cut to save the dollars? Okay.
In order to secure, one of the things, Council Member, that's extremely important is to make sure we do not degrade our revenue generating capacity. So again, I speak as a business person here before you. That's what you've asked me to operate under within the last few years, and I request that we'll be given the ability to look within our budget to identify where those additional funds have to be identified with the least impact on the business, both current and future business of the Convention Center.
When you were commenting earlier about conventions and people coming to use our facility, they're asking for less amenities. Is that what you're equating to the loss of revenue coming in? Is that what's impacting that revenue loss?
Yes. I think our competitive position, basically, overall, we remain to be a great product, but this is just trends of the industry. I had an opportunity to visit with our lawmakers over in Washington, D.C., and one of the comments that they all made, these are the California Congressional Delegation, was in regards to the overall meeting industry and the trends that they see in the meeting industry in terms of reduction in expenditures and services that are ordered. So our revenues, one of the comments I made right before we started the session today, is that regardless of the city's budgetary position, even if the city was flush with cash at this point in time, we would have submitted a budget that was 18 to 20% below where it was in the adopted budget of last year, because that's where we see the business.
Okay, thank you. And for the committee, also, while the general manager is here, we should be asking questions on page 829, their revenue fund, if there's some issues there.
Thank you. Good morning, and congratulations on being the first in 30 years to have it in black. How much money does from your budget is the city portion of it? I know transit occupancy tax, you get a portion of that, is that correct?
The transit occupancy tax in the city is 14%. 25% of the total transit occupancy tax that is generated in the city goes to pay the debt service of the convention center, about $500 million of debt that was released to expand and enhance the convention center back in '93.
So it's solely used for the debt service?
Yes, for the debt service. Other than that, as far as the general fund is concerned, basically, we do not augment the general fund, nor does the general fund augment the operations of the convention center.
That hasn't always been the case, though.
No, it hasn't been the case. Past 3 years it has been, and this is going to be the fourth year.
So he's going to make...
Fourth year where you haven't had general fund money, and separate from the TOT. No way.
Convention Center, Los Angeles Convention Center, last year was one of 2 convention centers in the nation that met their operating expenditures through their operating revenues, the other one being Las Vegas, but given the Las Vegas's financial standing currently because of the meeting industry, we expect that this year is going to be the first year, and the convention center to be the only convention center in the nation that would be able to meet its operating expenditures through its operating revenues.
And I know there's been a lot of discussion about, I think it's called flexible demand-based pricing.
Yes.
Could you describe that a little bit and what we could do to, how we might implement that would give us additional revenue?
Yes, I appreciate that question, Councilwoman. Flexible demand-based pricing is nothing new. It's what has been used in the hospitality industry for many, many years. It is basically pricing the product based on the demand that is out there. As an example, the convention center exhibit hall rental is 32 cents. That is a rate that has been adopted by council and is within the admin code. Whether we are going after business in a very desirable month of the year, let's say October, November time frame, or we're going after the business in a time frame like December, where traditionally it's a low activity month, we are only able to sell the convention center at that 32 cent rate. What happens then is sometimes in the month of December, last 2 weeks, the convention center sits empty, or in the month of April. Our request has been for the council to give us the ability to be able to fluctuate the rate based on demand. So as an example, in the month of December, when there is not that much demand, what happens if we reduce the rate from the 32 cents to 28 cents? Would we be able to go after business? What does that mean in terms of revenue? Based on the models that we have seen, there is a potential for 2 to 8% increase in revenues if we go to a demand-based flexible pricing. Incidentally, this concept is not even novel or very new in our industry. We have identified convention centers, including the Houston Convention Center, that actually have this model built in. We requested this through a motion that was introduced to council back in January. It is being studied, and a joint report by CAOs and CLA is going to be presented to the TCT committee. We request your support, this committee's support. I'm very straightforward, so demand-based pricing is going to generate revenues. There is no downside to it. The fact that such a concept has been lying somewhere for the past 3 months, being studied, is exactly why I started this conversation talking about we need to collectively look at other models to operate the convention center under. And I understand there's processes and there's administrative programs and provisions that have been followed. This is unconscionable.
Yeah. Well, there was a reason I asked that question.
Thank you.
Yeah. For the purpose of moving it forward, and there are items, and I don't know, we can ask the CAO and CLA where they are on that report and have it come through the Budget Committee and TCT at the same time, and I think we cannot, the Budget Committee is oftentimes, and budget hearings are an opportunity to move some ideas that otherwise haven't moved ahead. And so I look to Ray potentially as to, can we have this as a discussion as part of this Budget Committee? I mean, I'm assuming that what everyone was doing is looking at, it's not probably an actuarial, but it is a format in which you look at, if it's vacant and you don't have anyone there, plus otherwise if you have them at 28 cents versus the 32, you're going to be able to have them there. What requirement or what change is required by the city to make that happen? Is it a policy? Is it an ordinance change? Is it a...
There might be some legal issues in that. I think I'd be happy to have discussion back in your committee. We'll get the city attorney in here, and so desired, and the same with the CLA, and we can have the discussion. Because it seems to me right now that we're still waiting for some information back from the city attorney.
Could we ask
exactly on the legal issues
Could
involved.
we ask them to come to Budget Committee, the City Attorney's Office, in one of the next couple of days where we have Budget Committee?
Yes.
We could get an answer then. I think that would help.
And also, if I understand it, were we still waiting for some information from the convention center also, or did we get all the information we needed to analyze it?
As I understand it, basically, there was some initial feedback provided by the city attorney back to the convention center, and as of yet, I don't know if they've responded yet, but I think we need to sort of complete the circle here and make sure we're put a package or proposal before you that works.
But at least we could, Mr. Parks, that'd be okay with you if we could have a report back and we can figure out which day this week, at least to see where we are, to have that discussion. I know Mr. Rosendahl wanted to ask I have a couple other questions, but Mr. Rosendahl had a question he wanted to ask.
I'm supposed to be outside right now in this higher L.A. business with the mayor, but this is obviously more important from my perspective as well, and I agree with what she just talked about in demand-based pricing, and it is coming before our TCT committee too, so I look forward to that. First, I just want to get an update from you on the conference center. The excitement is growing more and more now that the community college bond was passed and all that. There's funding there. I've looked at a couple of locations. This could be a destination point for Century Boulevard. We've been saying over and over, 35% of the city's bed tax comes from the hotels along Century Boulevard. We've also said strongly as a city we believe in a living wage. And so all boats rise if we all work together. One of the ways we work together is making those hotels not just a transit point, but a destination point to go to a conference center right along the strip there, and it can be an incubating process also for the convention center. And we're excited about it. Any update on that?
As you pointed out, Councilman, it has been an exciting and very positive experience for all involved, where we have identified synergies and alignments with the community college district with the passage of Prop J. There have been funding that have become available to the tune of about $40 million to build a conference center and also a workforce location. So it is one of those rare opportunities where we can bring business training, education, and the needs of the business community over at the Century Corridor plus the workers all together. A report has been forwarded to the TCT committee in regards to where we think we need to move forward with as far as the hospitality zone is concerned. The mayor's office has played a key role and a leading role in terms of supporting the provisions of the ordinance that was put together by the council. So again, we don't have anything but good news on that, and we are very encouraged by the opportunities that are there, and we'll look forward to, again, reporting to you in more detail once we come before the committee.
Very good, and we appreciate your leadership on that. Some environmental questions, if I may. How are you able to increase your green power purchase without increasing your budget for electricity costs?
that really goes back to the culture change that we have been able to experience at the convention center. A culture change that looks at the convention center as a beacon of environmental stewardship in this city and a reflection of what this city is all about, and being the biggest green, wanting to be the biggest green city in the nation. What we've done is we have identified alliance and partnerships with Department of Water and Power, whereas we were able to get loans from Department of Water and Power to upgrade our equipment at the convention center to the tune of $3.5 to $4 million, and we paid back those loans through the energy savings. So what we did, we put in new chillers, new HVAC units. Those are more efficient, they use less energy. So again, we've been able to drive down our costs. On the other hand, as you know, to enroll in the Green Power Program of DWP, you pay a premium. We are the largest client of DWP in terms of our enrollment in that program. We are 30% of our consumption. We are going to be, by the end of this fiscal year, at 50% of consumption. When I said this is the culture of the women and men of the convention center, what I mean is we look at what this council, this body, and the mayor has decided to be the overguiding principles for the operations of this city, and we see environmental stewardship as one of those. So we do the right thing, and then we'll figure out how to pay for it.
Well, let's also use you as a best practice strategy here. Can you describe some concrete operational savings or efficiencies that you have experienced as a result of achieving LEED certification for the convention center?
Certainly. Few things. One is we were able to, part of becoming a LEED certified building, we had to look at our water consumption, and what we did, as you know, we have about 40 restrooms at the convention center, which we changed out urinals, which are going to result in 1 million gallons of water saved every year. We funded that through a grant from a Metropolitan Water District and Department of Water and Power, so no net cost to the convention center or the city, and only upside to it.
Are these waterless urinals?
No, they're low flow.
Low flow.
They're very low. I mean, they're low flow, 1/8 gallons.
Right.
So that's where we've gone to. In terms of our equipment, when you go through the process of LEED certification, you go through something called recommissioning, which means that you have to look at all your equipment and make sure they are operating as described in their O&M manuals, and meaning that you have to bring them back to the level they should have been operating. So that's what we did. They're more efficient, they're operating better. All of this has resulted in us saving money in various areas. And in addition, it has just put us in a great light. I get calls on a daily basis from my peers around the nation as to what we've done. Again, Convention Center is an old building. It's 1971 and 1993.
Well, you become a model and a prototype for everybody around the world that actually uses the Convention Center to see those kind of technologies, and I applaud you for that. Can you please tell us about potential advertising opportunities that are being considered for the Convention Center as a way to increase revenues?
Certainly. We came before council now a few months ago. A joint report was forwarded by the Chief Legislative Analyst's Office and the Convention Center in regards to advertising opportunities on the exterior of the Convention Center, the green wall of the Convention Center, and also the West Hall, the blue building. That agreement had in it on a basic level, a $2 million revenue that would come to the city general fund. Actually, we wouldn't be able to, we agreed not to take any of that $2 million. It would come to the general fund. That agreement was adopted by the council. However, the entitlement process and the planning process are ongoing. I believe we'll have a public hearing coming up soon in regards to the, again, external advertising on the convention center.
Very good. I see Commissioner Don Smith in the audience, which brings up another question for me, that there's been a buzz around, at least through the mayor's operation and some of us, about public-private partnerships for operation of convention center. Any sensing of that discussion?
It is really no different, Councilman, than the remarks that we've made in the past, in that the governance model for the convention center is a model that is antiquated, and it needs to be looked at and studied. And the public-private partnership is one of the options that needs to be looked at. If you look at the spectrums of the governance models nationwide for convention centers, you have public management the way we do it, and then you have private management. For example, what Long Beach or San Francisco does. In the middle of this spectrum, there are many other options that are much more efficient and much more effective than how we operate the convention center. We had a study done in terms of the governance of the convention center, and I have to say we are the only convention center in the nation that operates the way we do. So is there a need to look at other governance models? Certainly. Would it bring additional revenues to the city? No question about it. Would it make us more efficient? Definitely. So again, public-private partnership is one of those options. As part, I think, the proposed budget, we've been requested to join with the Office of the CAO and do a study that looks at if it is going to be implemented, how it's going to impact the various aspects of the operations of the convention center and the financials of it. So again, I'm very much excited to look at those models.
And when you do, and you see yourself on the continuum, obviously you're looking at some of the complications and complexities of some of the public bond structure that we have.
Certainly.
So when you wade through that, you're going to come up with some options that you'll share with us.
Certainly.
Great. Would it be helpful to your operation to be able to offer performance incentives to pay your sales staff?
Certainly, and that's one of the items I brought up at the opening of my discussions, and where we definitely need the support of the council and the EERC. Los Angeles Convention Center has sales staff that go out and sell the convention center and sell the business for the convention center and generate revenues for the convention center and economic impact for the city. We are the only organization in the city that has sales position. Also, we're the only sales organization in the world and in history of mankind where sales positions are not incentivized. So a salesperson, whether they generate revenues or don't, they get their standard salary. There is something fundamentally wrong with that picture. So one of the things we've done is we requested through both the Office of the CAO and EERC for this to be looked at, and where we can identify an incentive-based model for our salespeople. It would enhance our position to bring people into the sales force and to generate dollars. And that's where I also would appreciate the support of the committee.
This retirement incentives, golden parachutes, early retirements, and all that, part of discussions have been going on around the city. Does that impact you, and what's your opinion of that? Would you lose people that right now are critical to the operation?
We may, Councilman, but as anything else at the convention center, or at least my experience over the last 4 years, we'll identify a manner through which we can meet the challenges that are going to come with the early retirement. Again, one of the areas that we're going to be adamant about is that we don't lose our capacity to generate revenues. So it really is going to be dependent on what positions are going to be identified. But regardless, my commitment to both the mayor and the council has been regardless of the options that come forward. We'll find a way to work through those.
Very good. And thank you, Wendy, for letting me indulge on this. Thank you.
He asked a few of my questions there. So, but it's also called the Marketing Incentive Program. So what's the status as far as coming back on that?
We have put a request in, plus it has to go to the Employee Relations Group at the Office of the CAO for a report to go to the EERC. We have been working with the Office of the CAO and put our request in. It's being under study now. I believe it's been 9 months that it's being studied, so I think we're at a point where a decision, whether it's a recommendation to move forward or not to move forward, the specific and clear description as to why not needs to be forwarded to the EERC.
Okay. And I know someone gave me a note that the city attorney had looked at a couple on the pricing follow-up about three or four options that they were looking at. So maybe if before, I think Mr. Parks and I talked about this potentially coming back tomorrow, if we can have the city attorney and CLA and CAO look at some of those options, and if the material has been provided to the department to the CLA and CAO for them to come back with a report on that. Have you, I know you talked about some increase, and I've been down at LA Live on a number of occasions, and with the new hotel that's coming forward, an excitement and different things. Has that been a helpful part of being able to book in the next year?
Certainly. It has been, and LA Inc. is going to be actually coming before the committee right after us, and we'll be able to respond to that in more detail. But what we've seen is that it has put the city of Los Angeles in a stratosphere where we are able to compete for a different type of business that in the past we were not able to compete for. Business that wants to have a headquarter hotel within a block of a convention center. And we'll be able to take advantage of the meeting rooms, additional meeting rooms and ballrooms that hotel offers. But that brings a point, if I may, to talk about a little bit. One of the areas that are of concern, and was in part of the response that we wrote back to the committee, is the infrastructure of the convention center. We as a city have not invested in the convention center after 1993, 16 years. Our competitors are newer facilities. Convention center building is the product that this city sells. It is very different than City Hall, as an example. City Hall, whether your escalators are working or not, people will still come because they come to see you. This is the seat of government. Convention center, if our building starts degrading, our escalators are going to stop working, and so forth. People are going to stop coming. So we're going to degrade the revenue capacity of the convention center. We are not able, within the revenues that we generate at the convention center, to invest millions of dollars at the convention center. We have to identify means through which, the city has to identify means through which we can invest in the infrastructure of the convention center. One of the areas that we've identified is being able to take advantage of the stimulus package, especially in the energy and environment track, to be able to invest in the building. Again, it is what generates revenues. It's the product that we sell. With the coming of LA Live, and that's how it relates to the question you asked, Councilwoman, with the coming of LA Live, we will have an amazing new development coming to full realization. What all of this council has been planning and been envisioning for the many, many years. It's going to have ballrooms that are going to be state-of-the-art. It's going to have carpeting that's going to be beautiful. We have to be able to, we're not competing with them, but we are complementing their efforts to bring business to that campus. We need to be able to have the carpet, which if it's not at better level than the carpet that they use, at least at the same level. The building needs to look right. This is what Los Angeles is about. The convention center represents all of you. It represents me as a Los Angeles resident. So we need to really think long and hard of what we're going to do with the infrastructure of the convention center.
And is there any, in looking at the flexible demand-based pricing and how you work with LA Inc., any challenges on that side as well?
No, and again, LA Inc. would be able to comment on that following my comments, but LA Inc. has been extremely supportive of this process. One of the things that we have really prided ourselves in the past few years is the degree of collaborations and our great relationships with LA Inc. We've identified, again, provisions through which it's very clear that our business is the same. We want to bring business to the city. This is going to enhance our business position. So LA Inc. has been very supportive of this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the work you do, and I find the reports you give to the City Council periodically very helpful, and the indicators that you set out for us as legislators helps to see certain indicators and the performance on those indicators, and that's something that it's helpful to us to see how you're doing, so we appreciate the hard work you put into those, and that's why I don't have a lot of questions here, so thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mike? Okay. A lot of it has been asked, and I totally concur with Wendy's questioning on first of all, the demand pricing and then the incentive program. And I don't, maybe we need to treat this department as a proprietary and have less government oversight, because unlike any other department of the city, this is a competitive place that they work in. They are not like Water and Power, where they have a captured marketing area. Airports and harbor, while they are competitive, they're in a very captured range, The airport has only, in this region, you have Orange County that's capped out, Long Beach is capped out, Burbank that's capped out. The only open airports are LAX and Ontario. So the competitive nature of the region is they got to come to our airports. And pretty much the same in the harbor, other than we compete with Long Beach. Everything else, the options are San Diego, San Francisco, or Seattle. And so they're in competitive environments that are really closed versus yours, which is those conventions can go anywhere in the country. And you're competing with everybody across the country. We need to let you operate as an entrepreneurial, competitive company, because you're not like a government agency. And I don't know why we sit for 3 to 9 months on proposals to let you be competitive. That is just not entrepreneurial, and that is counterproductive to what you guys need to be doing. So I don't know what we have to do, and I'd listen to you if you have some suggestions, what we need to do in either a charter amendment or ordinances in the ad code to allow you to run on a competitive basis without so much interference. And no offense, Mr. CAO, but this kind of stuff is just not in our best interest, to wait and sit on reports for them to be able to be competitive in a very competitive marketplace.
You know what, I would agree, and I think this is, as the mayor had laid out, a P3 opportunity. I think this is a place where we actually need to look at as a separate entity. We have a number of legal and charter limitations. The whole flexible pricing, as I understand it, is basically this city attorney has said, and I asked for this in writing, that it doesn't work. We're a governmental agency, and we can set ourselves up with the whole discriminatory pricing, so we have to be careful. On this one, I think we need to look at some sort of public-private partnership.
And I couldn't disagree more.
I'm sorry?
I couldn't disagree more. And I've said this all along on this whole P3 conversation we're having throughout this budget. You don't sell when the market is at the bottom. That is dumb business.
Well, I'm not saying we're going to sell.
The market's at the bottom. Why do a P3 partnership? Or a P3 partnership is nothing more than giving the asset to someone else to run and taking away our control of it and our ownership of it. And that's not what you do in the bottom of a market. The market is bottoming out. Now is not the time to be talking about any of our assets going to any kind of private ownership or partnership. That's not what you do at this time. Smart business people do it at the top of the market, and we miss that opportunity. And I'm not going to ever vote for selling off anything or getting rid of anything in any kind of partnership at the bottom of the market. I mean, that's just dumb business.
If I may, now, doesn't mean we have to sell the asset. We're not talking about that. There could be opportunities to get a private company to actually run the convention center. You're right. We have 470, almost 500 million in debt in this facility. We're paying roughly 46 million in that debt service for next year. We run up against, in the current environment, we run up against our limitations as far as what we can do on the private side. There's a lot of issues here, and I think we have to really decide what we're going to do with the convention center, whether or not we're going to try to set up another governance structure, whether we need a charter amendment, ordinance changes, et cetera, et cetera. But I agree this should be viewed as a business operation. However, given sort of our city sort of limitations, we're finding ourselves trying to struggle in what we're going to do.
So that's the problem. I think we make too many limitations on ourselves. And I broached the subject on Friday as we look at how we allow people to advance and fill job positions, ending up creating new vacancies that can't be filled or other restrictions on them, and it costs us more in the long run, as was explained by the planning department, where they tried to fill 35 positions, ended up with 5 of them, and created more vacancies than they had before. That is created by us. That's not created by a marketplace. That's not created by state law, federal law. Those are limitations we place on ourselves, and we got to quit shooting ourselves in the feet. And these are the kind of examples where we got to quit this kind of stuff. So whatever it takes to move it into a different category, let it go, let it be profitable, we need to find that. And if it's P3 is the only option, then I'll consider that. But I don't think P3 is the only option. I think most of these hurdles that it has, this department has, and others have, are created by us, and we've got to uncreate those problems. We've got to get over these speed humps and let these people go forward. So I just want to get this done as quick as possible. It is competitive, it's entrepreneurial. Many years ago, I owned my own business. I had a tuxedo shop, and I had February, I used to lose a lot of money. had no business. So I told my staff, go out and find business and I'll give you a cut. Guess what they did? One came back and said, UCLA runs these winter dances for the fraternity sororities, but they can't afford tuxedos. Let's cut the price and give it to them. So I cut my price from $40 to $15, and guess what? I got 2,000 tuxedo rentals and made February profitable. That's the kind of stuff these guys need to do, and that's the marketplace they're in. Maybe other departments don't need that because they're not in that competitive marketplace, and we've got to run agencies as a service government agency. But these guys are not in that marketplace. They're in a different one. So I want to do whatever it takes to make them profitable. And I know they can do it because Peoria did that the last couple of years and turned it around and made it a profitable agency. And I think we need to just go on forward. So I have just one question that wasn't asked. You're moving, I see the salary savings rate is going from 5.5 to 8.1. How can you operate, because my understanding is your department is, other than your bookkeeping, accounting, and salesmanship force, which if you reduce that, you're not making money, is all service related to the functions you book. There's the electricians, the people that move the stages, all that kind of stuff. How can you have that kind of a high salary savings rate and still provide the service that people are booking for?
Councilman, actually the increase in that was part of the options that we had presented, in that we look at our revenues and what do we have there. And one of the things that was very clear was that we are not going to come back to general fund, request subsidies for the operations of the convention center next year. So we have to look within and identify means through which we can meet our expenditures through our revenues. One of them, our largest expenditure line item, is our salaries. The second one is utilities and so on. And in the salaries account, what we request is that we increase the salary savings rate. However, in terms of the type of positions that we want to keep, we're not going to eliminate any position. And for the council to allow us the ability to move through our positions and identify which ones we're going to keep vacant at specific times. Will there be a service impact? Certainly, there will be a service impact. But these are very difficult times. And the salary savings rate increase is basically our approach to be able to manage within our means. So, again, like all our brethren in the industry, we're just moving forward. And again, when the time comes, we have to sell services to the auto show, we're going to have all our electrical positions open. When we have another event that needs plumbers, we'll have those positions. So it's, again, as you pointed out so clearly, we are in a very dynamic marketplace, a dynamic environment where our needs change all the time.
So how will you fill those positions when needed then? They're going to be hiring hall or?
Yes, we hire part-time positions, hiring hall positions and so on.
Nice. All right, thank you very much.
Councilmember,
Yeah.
I think what's important to note is that when we refer to a public-private partnership, we don't necessarily mean that we're going to sell off an asset. In this case, the convention center, with almost $46 million in debt service for next year, I think it would be very hard to find a buyer that would be willing to take on that debt service. Rather, we take a more general definition of what public-private partnership is. In this case, it would be a management structure, maybe a governance changes that would allow us to have those incentives for the sales representatives, which are very, like you said, there's a lot of limitations in our current structure that will limit even us having these salespeople have such an incentive, and a lot of our own limitations that limit us from the type of creative opportunities that the general manager has presented. So we take a broader definition of that, and it's not just salary.
And I'll look at that broader definition, because I think it goes in the right direction. But if I was in the business of taking government-owned assets and entities and turning them, like the parking lot proposal you have, the LA Convention would be at the top of my list, because you could restructure that debt real easily as a private ownership firm, or a stock market owned firm, public ownership, whatever. You could restructure that debt real easily into a very profitable situation, and you have a cash cow over there that's not being milked regularly. You could turn it. I think the convention center is really on the road to making profitability a big item for us, and we need to be consistently moving forward. And I think instead of turning down this year, we ought to be turning up and taking advantage of the marketplace, because other people are going to be constrained and can't compete. and I think LA is in a prime position to compete. So I will look at governance structures, but I'm not looking at either selling off or giving up the asset. I don't mind looking at management style, but I don't want to give up the asset in any way.
Okay, we understand.
If I may, Councilmember Parks, I would be remiss if I don't introduce the President of our Commission, Christina Noonan, that has joined us despite a very busy schedule to be here as part of the discussions, and our Assistant General Managers, Philip Hill and Mary Jane Aquino.
Let me ask Commissioner, do you have any comments?
Well, I'm pleased that many of you have commented on areas that I wish to emphasize today. The Los Angeles Convention Center is different than other departments, city departments. We need a competitive advantage. We need to invest in our infrastructure because once we have a client who has a first bad experience, it's almost impossible to change their mind and have them come back. And I think we're at risk of that, given the cuts in maintenance and other expenditures, including marketing. If you look at our budget for marketing this year, it dates back to what we were getting in 2002. And surprisingly, to my amazement, even with a limited budget, the leadership of the convention center is accountable for 85% of the bookings and sales for next year. So just imagine if you empowered this leadership and gave them a greater budget, what they would be able to do for the city of Los Angeles.
Thank you very much. Let me just ask a couple of follow-up questions. A couple of years ago, we had an issue on maintenance and I believe a gate or something that it took us a long while to get fixed. Are those kinds of issues been resolved as it relates to the ongoing maintenance of the facility?
For the most part, they have. The issue that we had, I think we came before your committee, was being able to move funds from one of convention center accounts to another accounts, had no general fund impact. I think the new partnership that we have formed both with the Office of the Mayor and the Office of the CAO has allowed us to make those moves in a much more expeditious manner.
Okay. And then let me ask the CAO on, just to make sure I've read it properly, is that what's recommended is that a 10% cut in the funding for LA Inc., but it shows, at least the way I read it, is that it's still, the contract is still 100%. Where do we get the savings on that?
I'm sorry.
It appears that the contract is still at 100%, yet we're recommending a cut of 10%.
For the LA Inc. contract?
Yes.
LA Inc., we basically are reimbursed for the cost of CAO staff time, and because we're taking a 10% cut across citywide, we're taking 10% out from as part of that TOT, but it doesn't impact LA Inc.'s contract.
Go over that again slowly.
I'm sorry?
Go over that again slowly. You're taking 10% out of where, but it doesn't impact the, I missed something.
The TOT that is set aside for LA Inc.'s contract.
Okay.
We also set aside funding to reimburse the city for CAO staff time for administering the contract. And so the 10% reduction that's being made is basically from the CAO staff person's
Okay, so
salary.
we're not paying ourselves for the overhead. Is that it?
No.
Okay, so then, if we're not paying, you're saying we're not paying the CAO for their involvement or their staff time, is that where the savings is coming?
The assumption is that the CAO's staff time costs will be lower because of their 10% reduction. So to that extent, the reimbursements from the LA Inc. contract or from the TOT will also be lower.
Sounds like we're doing an average of an average, which is generally not a good figure. You're going to have to explain that to us, and maybe we'll ask that we get something report back to see if it's a real savings or if it's a paper savings. The other thing, on the earlier question asked by Ms. Gruhl dealing with the competitive policy issue, we'll have two more budget hearings, one tomorrow and one on the 12th. And so if we can ask the CEO what date that would fit best and when this convention center can get the information to you and the CAOs and the city attorney how we can best address that as far as bringing that before we finalize this budget.
Yeah, we'll follow up with the city attorney what's best for them.
Okay, thank you. And then a larger issue, and I think Mr. Smith hit on it, that of this whole issue of public-private partnerships, we do need a longer-term report to explain what are the issues we're really dealing with, what are we offering if we're looking for outside management and the city retains its process and also the building itself. But we do need some explanation because the terms are kind of commingled to mean several things. P3 is dealing with meters or parking lots, and this is kind of a hybrid, but we need to clarify exactly what we're talking about, so if we're going to consider it down the road. Okay. And then, but let me say thank you very much for your presentation, and certainly we'll look forward to either tomorrow or the 12th to see where those issues are that you're concerned about.
I appreciate it.
Thank you. Let me ask the CAO also, if because of the timing, we certainly would like to get the memos, I think we have 20, as quickly as possible, because that's going to be the primary substance of our date for tomorrow, and whatever we can, hopefully we can get through the first 20 or what you may have available, so as quickly as we can get those, we can kind of get some done today and then start tomorrow with the bulk of them that are left.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much. Before we call our next department, Mr. McQuiston, you have a general public comment. You can come up for your 1 minute.
Jim McQuiston. I had a comment on several items here. One is, I don't think we should just overlook looking at the CLA's budget. We've got, I hear about 300 positions in the city council budget, but we've only had about 100 that actually show up in the budget itself. And obviously you can't finance 300 people with 100. So that's one of the problems. The other problem is I put in a memo on the bonded debt, and I don't see that as an agenda item. I did want to say that there is a state restriction. If we start, and the bonded debt is based on the assets, the real assets. When we start talking about selling off real assets, then we have to reduce our debt. So we do have to worry about that, and I'll hold my comments for the rest.
Thank you. And just so you're aware, this, whatever percentage that the council agrees to cut, that will be done within that percentage by each council office. So again, whatever numbers are reflected could, as we move forward, will basically be altered as to each council office making a decision about their budget. Okay, the next department is Department of Treasury, and what we'd like to do as they're coming up is we have a card on, two cards, Mr. Sharness and also Jeffrey Slotton. Is it Slotto? Two cards for, pardon? I'm sorry. Okay, excuse me. Thank you.
They were here, so I didn't know if you wanted
Excuse
them.
me. Let me ask LA Inc. to come up before. I should have asked them to come up with the department. I'm sorry. Because we asked a question of LA Inc. through the department. Yes, so we can have LA Inc. come up. Thank you. And then we'll get back.
Good morning. How are you doing?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Yep. Yes, on those names I call, we'll get you back up as soon as the treasury comes up. Good morning. Let me ask you, could you give us, you've heard some comments or questions we asked of the convention center that deals with your contract and other issues dealing with convention business in the city, and maybe you could make some comments in general and also answer the question as to that reduction in your contract and how you're going to deal with it.
Steph, you'll have to answer any contract issue.
Our contract in the 08-09 year was reduced 10% in the TOT coming from the city. The budget for 9-10 reduces it, I think it's $880,000 additional. We made substantial budget cuts, staff layoffs, and looked at every possible expense to try to compensate for that and still be able to provide the city services needed to market and advertise. We went from a staff of 88 to a staff of 77.
Okay. And what were the services that will primarily be impacted?
The services that were impacted is as we eliminated positions, we've just asked everyone to step up and do a little bit more, to work a little bit harder.
What type of positions? Well, I mean, what do they do? What are their tasks?
They were non-sales position. There was a person in our IT department. There were a couple administrative assistants that left. There were people in the marketing area. None of these were in the sales function.
Okay, but what do you consider sales as your primary revenue producing?
Sales produces the sales of meetings that go into the convention center that generate a large number of room nights in the city and help bring all the funds here and the people here. Sales also sells self-contained in hotels where their needs are not big enough to need exhibit space in the convention center. And those are the two functions that generate most of the revenue coming in, except in the marketing function that Patty McJennet runs. Those are all the visiting friends and relatives that come and stay in the city. Hotel visitors from all around the world, both international and domestic.
Okay. One of the things, let me get you to go and give us an overview, and then I'll get to my question.
Okay, a little bit on the comments made by the convention center, and I'm head of sales, Michael Kraus, for LA Inc. A couple of points that Mr. Abbasi made that are very accurate. On the competitive side, of course, we experience the very same challenge he has. We certainly are competing with other cities such as San Francisco, San Diego, Las Vegas, and other major significant cities. So when he does not have the ability to do what he needs to do to get the job done, that's an important impact on my ability to bring convention to the city of Los Angeles and that of my team. So certainly our ability to support him in any way we can is most helpful. As far as convention business, I do agree with him that the challenge we face today is events that are buying less in this current economy. However, the good news is we continue to book conventions, so we are still in a very competitive market. Los Angeles has been a very competitive product. If we didn't change pricing within the hotel world, etc., we would still be competitive against those cities I mentioned. So those are a couple of points, if that helps. Councilman?
Let me ask you, so that we are clear on the separation of responsibility.
Yes.
If I understand it, you end up, by your sales staff, booking meetings, and the convention center books conventions.
No.
Is that it, or how does that work?
No, the way it works is LA Inc. books conventions that utilize the Los Angeles Convention Center and utilizes hotel rooms. Last year, for example, we booked 650,000 convention rooms into the city of Los Angeles. Those 650,000 room nights that we booked here for all future years, this year we are at about 500 and some change so far that was through April, by the way. So those rooms are generating TOT dollars and generating economic impact for the city of Los Angeles. For example, the economic impact of the rooms that I just mentioned for last year was about $102 million, $102.2 million to be exact. And then this year so far we are probably in the neighborhood of about $130 $12 million or so in economic impact based on those sleeping rooms and other expenditures within the city.
Okay. And then what's the distinction with convention center? You do conventions with hotel rooms?
Yes, if an event does not utilize sleeping rooms but requires the space within the building only, that would be a convention center booking.
Okay, so I had it reversed. Okay.
As long as it has sleeping rooms and other events, it would be that responsibility of LA Inc. In addition to that, we book other sleeping rooms within the city. About 300,000 rooms are booked for self-contained meetings within hotels within the city, generating transient occupancy tax.
Okay. Let me ask, has there ever been any consideration, because both of you and the convention center have sales staff, that you're often dealing with the same people, whether there would be any cost benefit of merging those two sales staffs?
The discussion in a broad sense has occurred. No detailed monetary evaluations of that have occurred.
Okay. Let me ask the CAO.
Very different entities.
I understand,
Yeah.
but the thing is, if we have two different staffs and they're both attracting business to the city of LA that either use rooms or use the convention center, could we look at an evaluation of whether there's a benefit of any type of those services being merged in any fashion? If we've done that before, we need to look at it. If we haven't, we'd like to get a fresh set of eyes to see if that's a financial benefit to the city.
We will, and may I ask, maybe that could be part of the longer report back on the governance and all that other good
Yes,
stuff.
you can
as
include
well.
that in that longer issue, but it would be important because we're basically, I would assume, attracting some of the similar people. It's a matter of what type of meeting, the size of the meeting, and what batch it goes in. And so if we can look at that as your larger report back. Mr. Smith, this is LA Inc.
I'm fine.
On the
Yeah.
meeting to the two sales staff.
Yeah.
Did you, and I apologize, I was listening half and having conversation, did you comment on the flexible discussion at all that we had in it with...
No, I have not. I'm happy to comment on that.
Sure, that'd be great.
Actually, that does not negatively impact LA Inc. as long as it does not interfere with the discount policy or the booking policy. What they are asking to do does not affect the structure of what is already in place with LA Inc. in the city.
Okay.
We are a partnership. Listen, the bottom line is we are a partnership with the building. I cannot do what I do without the building. I couldn't book those 650,000 and 550,000 rooms without the building.
Right.
The building is what drives that. So we can't discount the importance of that. That would not, those rooms would simply not be here.
Well, and I do think I've seen more cooperation in my, brief time here, some days longer times, but that cooperation between the two than we've had in the last couple of years. So I think it's both leadership of LA Inc. and leadership of the convention center and the recognition of that partnership.
It is a true partnership.
Yeah, which is great.
The 4 years that I've been here, it's been amazing, amazing the difference.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Parks.
There's no direct relationship between the flexible demand pricing, but if you have lower booking fees at the convention center, obviously it helps for some of the work you do overall, correct?
It does. There's no question. Our ability, their ability to modify pricing based on demand is certainly something that most competitive cities that we deal with currently have in place.
Okay.
Mr. Abbasi was very accurate in that statement.
Yeah. Thank you.
Let me ask you, could you give us, a while back we were advised that one of your positions, and Mike was now assigned to the airport. What role does that play and how does that impact your operation?
Mike is an executive on loan at the airport, and he is there working with air service development, helping the airport to, as you may know right now, capacity has been extremely down at the airport, and so by Mike being there as a resource, we think that will help to restore some of the passenger service.
Okay, so he's working on the issue of doing something to draw passengers in the city of LA, that then in turns, how does that complement what LA Inc. does?
He actually, now that he's done at the airport is reimbursing us for his costs. He is helping them in the functions that he does, helping Gina Marie Lindsay and all. He is not really providing advice to us. That's one of the types of positions where someone's left. He hasn't left, but he's down at the airport. Others have had to step in. Mark Lieberman, our president, has been involved in a lot of meetings with council. Patty McJenna's been involved in a lot of individual meetings with the council members. So Michael's helping them in their efforts to increase travel into LAX, into LAWA, which then benefits the city as these people come and stay.
Okay, so as a general benefit to the city, it has no relationship with LA Inc.? Is that what I'm hearing?
Right.
Okay. With that reimbursement, have you replaced his position?
No, we have not. It's empty. We absorbed it amongst the rest of us. Just work longer.
Okay, so you just absorbed his tasks amongst the three of you?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Okay, any other questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
LA Inc. Come on back for a second, would you? Alex, do you have anything for LA Inc.? I apologize that I wasn't here when you first started your presentation. I was out there, we're hiring 16,500 young people. President Barack Obama threw another bunch of money, so 3,000 more are going to be hired, and we with a lot of young kids, which is a real positive thing to experience. Tell me, LA Inc., we've asked about LA Inc. playing more of an aggressive role with tourism in the context of cultural affairs. Cultural affairs, we're cutting back their department, but we know that LA is a blender of the earth. We know it's a microcosm of what's going on. We know every country on earth comes here, and the art and other treasure of the planet is really here. How does LA Inc., which its whole job is to bring tourism here, in part, working with our cultural group as we're cutting back on their funds, to make this a destination point for culture and for arts?
As you may know, our office collaborates very closely with Cultural Affairs. I think many of you know Mike McDowell, who is our Director of Cultural Tourism. And we collaborate with them on a regular basis in terms of our marketing messages. The fact that Los Angeles has a wealth of cultural opportunities is a paramount message for us. And we have now integrated it into all of the marketing that we do. Plus, we're working with them on separate initiatives that specifically target the cultural market. You may remember in January through March, well, actually January was Cultural Arts Month, and from that we were able to take that opportunity and bring in Wells Fargo, bring in about 30 of the cultural institutions, and really make that a complete marketing program that lasted from January through about March. So that's an example of the type of marketing collaboration that we can do.
Here's one thing I want you to begin to focus on. My colleague Tom LaBonge always talks about Griffith Park, and he's always bringing out things and showing things.
Right.
We happen to have Venice Beach.
Yes.
Literally, 1 million people come there every year. I was there walking the oceanfront walk on a Sunday just now, and every language you could hear, people do at least one walk along Venice oceanfront walk. I don't care where they come from. If they ever come back again, they do it. And they see the eclectic play that takes place on Venice Beach. I'd like you to report back with a fresh new strategy for Venice. For instance, I think we are missing a huge opportunity, as I call gold in the gutter, to make a significant contribution if we had some gizmos to give away at Venice Beach. Why not take one of our public space and we, the city, have Chatska? I mean, people want to buy something from Venice Beach. Why can't we get involved in some kind of a beautiful, like for instance, we put up the Venice sign the other day. That now is all over the world. We're just about, and we will in the fall, finish a skateboard park. That will be a signature skateboard park on every skateboard magazine on the planet. What I would like to see LA Inc. do is when I get off the plane, coming from wherever, I'd like to see a beautiful rendering of Venice Beach and all of its eclectic beauty and the beautiful ocean shot. So, oh my God, maybe I'll go to Venice Beach. And I'd also like you to work with my office, as Tom LaBonge has made one on Griffith Park, a map of Venice Beach. We have cultural groups, we have historic groups, we have community groups there that would work with you, the neighborhood council would work with you in creating a brochure for Venice Beach that might even have some clip-out coupons where people can shop on Venice Beach, and that we could also have, some kind of a memento. Everybody I know comes from anywhere on earth. When they go to Venice Beach, they want to leave with something. Why aren't we, as a city, aggressively marketing Venice Beach and at the same time selling things at Venice Beach that can generate revenue for the city? I'm sure a person would buy one of those maps, somebody would buy maybe a little medallion of some sort or something, you know what I mean? So I'd like you to take advantage. Look, go talk to Disney if you need to. They have their park, Disneyland, down the road, and Venice Beach is as significant as anything is in our great state of California. So I'd like to report back on how LA Inc. will partner with Venice in coming up with marketing techniques, tourist techniques, and actually revenue-generating strategies as well. Can I have that?
And Councilman, we'll be happy to do that, to put a real specific plan in place. But I do want to assure you that we view it as one of the icons of Los Angeles. And as you may know, we have had conversations recently about trying to put an information center actually on Venice Beach to do a lot of what you're
Exactly what I
talking
would
about.
like to see happen. And I'd like us to move forward. In this down economy, let's see a silver lining, or as I say, again, say golden nugget or an opportunity there. Last point I want to make is about the entertainment industry and some of the superstars. Look, we have a lot of the brands of the earth right here in Los Angeles. Have you been aggressively going after some of them to say, hey, come to L.A., it's the place to be? And let me tell you this, a lot of people will come to L.A. this summer who can't afford to go overseas, can't afford this or that. They can come to L.A. and they can have a wonderful experience. Are we collaborating vigorously with the entertainment industry?
We do collaborate with them. You may recall our past campaign, the See My LA, was really based on celebrities and their personalities in terms of endorsing Los Angeles. We launched our new campaign, That's So LA, and we, again, are trying to reach out to celebrities. Right now, we have Kobe as one of our brands. We have several others as well, but because right now we are so concerned about driving, stimulating business to LA for this summer, that we have put our brand campaign a little on hold and really are trying to get that retail message out that's going to differentiate us from everybody else to try and really ensure traffic for this summer. In fact, today we just launched a campaign that will run a 7-day sale for Los Angeles with travel effective until the end of June, or the end of July, excuse me. So that, once we get past this real drive to make sure that we've got traffic coming in for summer, we will be right back on our brand campaign and getting it out there, and celebrity participation is crucial.
Okay, well, thank you. I look forward to that Venice report back, Tim. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Anything else?
Thank you very much. Okay, the next department, City Clerk, and we have two public comment cards, Mr. Chernoff, and also Mr. Slotto.
Treasurer?
Oh, man, where's my schedule? I'm going crazy. Treasurer, I'm sorry. Did I say City Clerk?
You said City Clerk.
Okay, Treasurer, and we have two cards for those, for the Treasurer. Yeah. No, the thing is they're interested. Good. Go on, sir.
Chairman Parks, members of the Budget and Finance Committee, the Engineers and Architects Association requests that the Budget and Finance Committee restore 3 accounting clerk 1 positions and 3 accounting clerk 2 positions to the Treasurer's Office. We believe these are essential city positions. If cuts need to be made, we urge that cuts be made for consulting positions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Sir, you have 1 minute.
Councilmember Parks, Budget and Finance Committee. My name is Jeff Slaughto. I am one of the 6 accounting clerks whose positions are to be deleted in the next fiscal year's budget. There are 2 of the 6 who actually could lose their jobs and have to join the unemployment line. I would like to offer a few statistics. The proposed deletions represent 60% of the clerical staff of our department, 75% of the accounting clerks, and last of all, in this proposed budget deleted position status list, out of 31 positions to be deleted, 6 come from our department. I agree that the proposed reductions will irreparably harm our operations. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me start off by asking if you can give us, before we get into questions, a brief overview of where we are on our financial investments and so that, for this year and what you are projecting for next year. No, sir. This is for the general manager. Thank you for your comments. No, the general manager. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Member Parks, members of the committee. I'm very pleased to report, as we've been reporting for a few months now, that the investment revenue from our investment portfolio is running ahead of projection. It's one of the few revenue sources in the city. In fact, thanks to your approval and the mayor's approval of Bond Edge, this fiscal year we're about $30 million ahead of what we projected for the total investment pool. About $4.75 million of that benefits directly the general fund. So that's for this year, barring the extreme volatility that we saw earlier in the year. I think those the current projections will hold through the next approximately 8 weeks. I think it's important also to note that we have been in the midst of a major banking change. And this is something that's really unheard of with an organization as large as ours, and I think it's indicative that you haven't heard complaints about it. We're about 80% done, well, over 80% in transitioning from Bank of America to Wells Wachovia. And what we've seen in the city, and we've challenged the city departments to reinvent the way we do business. We've been challenged to do business differently. And if you need more details, I'll turn that over to the managers here to discuss some of the details. A couple of other things.
Let me just ask before you move on, because that's something that is, I'm sure, on everybody's list. Could you give us just an overview of what those banking changes are and what it entails?
Okay. I'd like to introduce the Assistant Treasurer, Krista Binder, who was the project manager for this project.
Okay.
One of the primary things we're doing with this implementation is we're going virtual. We're eliminating all of the paper. I don't know if people understand how paper-intensive banking is. Right now, the city gets back all of its paper checks, its paper statements, all of that. Through this implementation, we've eliminated all of the paper. Departments have now been empowered to go online utilizing the bank's technology to pull their information and their research. One of the great things that we're doing on the receiving side is we're implementing what's called remote deposit capture. This is where the employees can actually sit at their workstation, scan their checks, it creates an image, and that image file, which is called an image cash letter, is transmitted to the bank for deposit.
Okay, so could you explain to us what they used to do so everybody understands what the changes are?
One of the things that's resulted in some reduction in costs is departments would get all of their checks, package them them for deposits, either call a courier or have Brinks come or an armored carrier come and make those deposits, or they would package that stuff up and walk to a branch. So there's a productivity savings by eliminating these new tools, and there's a tremendous cost savings. Armored transport is very expensive, so we've eliminated a lot of that. A couple of the other fun things that we're doing on the implementation side is we've sort of decentralized the security for the departments. They're now empowered to manage their own staff who has access to what information. Treasury sort of has a super role over all of those. So we've given the departments a lot of wonderful tools sort of to improve reconciliation. Another great thing that we've done through the bank implementation is created a structure for accounting. In the past, all of the city's deposits would go into one big giant bank account. It was very tedious to figure out whose money belonged to who. So what we've done is created a sort of concentration account structure with sub-concentration accounts. I don't want to get too technical. And then feeding off of that are a bunch of little tiny shadow accounts, and these are all owned by the city department. So if I'm an Office of Finance, I might have 20 of these little shadow accounts. Well, that helps me because each one of those designates a fund and revenue source for the department. So all of that time and effort spent reconciling on the department side goes away. It helps Treasury in that we can actually facilitate posting all of that information into the city's general ledger seamlessly, and we've actually done this, and we'll probably hear later from our systems director. We created a tool or a system in Treasury to do the automatic posting of all of this money to the city's general ledger. This was done by Treasury manually. So departments would utilize their systems to and print out these great reports, and we would take those wonderful reports and actually hand key them into the city's general ledger system. So all of that has actually gone away. Like the treasurer said, we're about 85% done. We are planning to be done by around June 30th. We started implementation in October with the first department, so we've done this extremely fast. We didn't ask for any resources. We didn't ask for any money in our budget to do this implementation, and we've done that through a wonderful partnership with Wells Fargo and Wachovia. They've been outstanding, so that's all I got to say.
Let me ask just two follow-up questions on that. When you say that the individual departments have the ability to scan in the documents that can go directly to the bank, what did they then do with the originals as it relates to the actual check?
Thanks to Check 21 legislation, this is federal legislation, we don't need the physical item anymore. The scanned image is a legal substitute document, so the paper is no longer needed. When they do scan the checks, they keep the physical item or the check that they've scanned. They hold it for 14 business days, and then they can shred the document since they have an image on file.
And then what do we do for, when you say that we've given departments a great deal more autonomy in the sense of allocations, what are the controls for monitoring to ensure that those funds are being dispersed appropriately?
Yeah, anything relative to dispersing electronically is all housed in the treasurer's office.
Okay. So they can input, but they can't disperse?
What they've been given access to is just reporting.
Okay.
And
So what was the legislation you referenced about documents? No longer do you have to maintain, the scan is now sufficient?
Right. It came out of September 11th, quite frankly, when airplanes were stuck on the tarmac, not moving. They were full of checks that hurt the city's hurt the United States' economy because those checks weren't moving around. So it came out of that. It's called Check 21.
Okay. And then let me ask, from the general manager's standpoint, there's been a couple of requests in the sense of looking at salary savings and such. How do you see that impacting your operation of the department? And also, would you identify if these are revenue-producing positions that are being considered?
Councilmember, and I appreciate that question. I think as the council has requested and encouraged, this would be a productive exercise if the managers were involved sort of in the decision-making. In the case of the accounting clerks, while the accounting clerks aren't all revenue generating, they all are revenue supporting, in that we can invest all we want, we can bank all we want, we need to have someone to record it, we need someone to help the departments with using the great tools that we've given them. The mix probably isn't quite right, but in order to plan appropriately, I would, I guess, offer an alternate recommendation that we at least, I'll take the hits on the vacant positions. There are 3 vacant positions, as opposed to being, pretty much all of my accounting clerks. These accounting clerks, and I'll ask the cash manager if I forget some of the details, but we still will get money no matter what over the transom, as we call it. We'll still need someone at the cashiers to provide petty cash to the departments. I know the fire department has come over a couple of times when they've been deployed, and they actually need cash to take with them, when they're deployed to the fires or to hurricanes. With the 10% shared responsibility cut, we have a tiny department. I guess I should give some background and just some comparison. Treasury is one of 3 or 4 sort of financial departments, and we're the smallest, we're 38%. What's being proposed between this year, the shared responsibility, and the salary savings would amount to a 33% approximately cut in the department. We have done, I think, a wonderful job of staying out of the press, out of the radar. We've had clean audits because we had the proper segregation of duties. I am concerned with the ability to fulfill our fiduciary responsibility and to appropriately safekeep, invest, and manage the city's financial assets. When you ask about revenue positions, we will have no option but to cut revenue positions if we are to enact the 10% shared responsibility. We have nothing left. We only have 38 positions, and and maybe I'm reading the budget book wrong, but I don't know that any of the other financial departments are taking a 33% hit. And I would respectfully request a re-examination of those cuts.
Okay. Let me just ask one other question. We talked about this on several budget issues. Where are you on your Treasury workstation issue?
Well, we have the head of that group here, but where we are right now, and I'll let Jean explain what it does, but where we are, we have been working with city attorney. The trademark is out, being researched by outside counsel. We're expecting to get the final report on that, if we can actually trademark the cash whiz symbol. So far, we see some cash whizzes, but nothing that relates to exactly what we do. And Jean, would you share what it does and what it used to do, or what we used to do?
What CashWiz does is it parses bank information to determine the location of the transaction. We utilize the bank structure and the sub-accounts that come over with the information, as well as merchant IDs and other information that come over to identify the transaction. When we identify the transaction, we know what department, and we segregate each department into several unit numbers, which correlates to funding information. So if a transaction comes over, we know where it came from. We apply the funding information to it, and we upload it into the FMIS system. Prior to this was done manually. We would generate reports which we would have to key in several transactions. We get about 1,000 a day. And we would sum up a lot of the transactions into these units, and then they would be keyed in manually. This is no longer. Now the departments, they have the ability to go online, review their transactions, make appropriate switches. They also, like building and safety, for instance, they can go on to their transactions, and they can upload all their funding information into the system, which then gets pushed into the FMIS. So it's a systems-to-system relationship. Like Joya said, we're about 85% done because what we're doing is as we bring on new people into the new bank accounts, that's when they go onto the new system.
And one other thing that I think it's important, and it's sort of related to how we're trying to reinvent the way Treasury does Treasury. Recently, and we have the details, we have renegotiated our purchasing car program, so the city will be getting a larger rebate. Do you want to talk a little bit about that?
Sure. We recently changed our purchasing card provider, and through that change, that provider wants to have Los Angeles be the umbrella sort of organization over all of the other purchasing card programs with smaller cities. So this, in essence, enhances our percentage of rebate because we get basically a take of what the smaller cities have been producing on the purchasing card program.
When you say the umbrella, that's the electronic umbrella that they just use our larger code or reference number?
It's more programmatic. So all of the purchasing card spend that not only Los Angeles, but all of the smaller cities utilize rolls up under Los Angeles. So if we spend $25 million, and I'm going to throw out a couple of other cities, or Long Beach, or somebody else spends a little bit less, we get the total share of that spend and a percentage rebate on top of that.
Which sounds good. My only concern is, as in any banking system or credit card system, I wouldn't want the city to be charged for some other city and making sure that, that you have controls over watching that, because that would be clearly problematic for us. So how will that work as far as our oversight to ensure we're...
As far as the transactions, we don't see those. It's the bank provides the information on what everybody spends. We don't get into each individual city's daily work.
I don't care what the city spends, but I would want to make sure, as sometimes we've seen on our own credit cards, where someone inputs the data just a little bit wrong and we get billed for it, where the checks and balances are within the city, since we're having to, since it's all coming underneath the city.
The treasurer is the owner of the contract, and the city controller is the one that administers the purchasing card program. And with that, they have a very structured set of requirements, and plus all of the online reporting tools that are available through the program will provide that level of oversight.
So it's the controller's office, just I need to know this part as I go over there, that will be looking at each of these? Okay, and this is the first year we're doing that?
First year with this entity for the purchasing card program.
With the other cities?
Yes.
Okay. And I was concerned, even before the gentleman who is the accounting clerk, that it was deletion of all of the accounting clerks.
Well, 6 of them. One is, and we have one that's an in lieu. And from listening to the hearings earlier, there's another who's a substitute authority. So if the assumption is the substitute authority wouldn't be renewed, we'd be left for the whole department with one accounting clerk.
Okay. I think that's just a concern I have with the CAO and others, the ability to function with no accounting clerks. I'm assuming there's a role that they play in how you operate. And not having them will...
And it is a concern, and that's why we offered an alternative, 3 of our vacant positions that weren't addressed in the cut. One, money that we would have received this year for some systems improvement, and a large contract for the investment advisory service, which would necessitate additional instruction from council to overturn a 1986 direction to have that kind of contract. But that would at least buy us time to let us more reasonably and rationally look at what we could structure our staffing in the department. Again, all the cuts, if allowed to stand in total, would be 33% of our total staffing.
Right, and where is that in the, where you say the deduction in the contracting?
It would be, yes. on page 747 of Volume 2 of the detail of departmental programs. And it would be number 9 and number 6. And
the financial advisor, you said?
Yes, number 9.
And number what was the other one?
Number 6, number 9.
The mutual earnings cost allocation system?
Yes.
That's a replacement of the current system?
Correct. The current system is on its last legs, but if given a choice of my staffing or a systems replacement, I would like to give our systems staff an opportunity to see if perhaps we can develop it in-house.
Okay. You're saying those would replace your accounting clerks?
No, Councilmember, I said if given a choice, I would rather keep an accounting clerk and let, forego the $33,000 and for the system and allow our systems people to see if we can develop something in-house.
Okay. Because currently, I'm sorry, sometimes I see where it is in the book, but I'm not sure. So we are funding the replacement system, the $33,000. That's not being deleted in the proposed mayor's budget.
No, that would be new in the proposed mayor's budget. That is new. That was not, that was a new proposal for this year.
But that is in the mayor's budget?
Yes.
Yes, okay. So you're suggesting instead of that new system, keeping at least one accounting clerk?
Correct.
Okay. If the CAO could look at that as one of the options we would look at, CAO and CLA. The CDARS program, which community banks, I know we talk about this all the time, and the importance of utilizing some of those local banks. Could you tell us what the status of that and success?
I believe we're up to 7 banks. As we all have heard, the banking industry has suffered tremendously. But some of these smaller banks are actually doing quite well. For the banks that have performed well over the last year, we increased their allocation to $2 million. And again, just to explain for the record, the CDARS program is a way in which we can deposit city funds into the local community banks. These banks are closer to the community. They can be more flexible in their lending requirements. They support local business and local home loans. Totally federally insured, so the city's monies are not at risk, and we are receiving a competitive rate, in one case better than one of our major banks, from the deposits that we have in these smaller banks.
And how often do you go out to, say, changing banks? And I know that the one where we, moved from Bank of America to Wells and Wachovia was how many, years we'd had the same one. So how often do you go out for the local banks?
Oh, the local banks?
Yes.
About every 6 months.
Every 6 months, okay. I wasn't suggesting we go out again on the others. No, we're just implementing that part of it. Now, I know going back to the mutual earnings cost allocation system, which was your $33,000, I guess the write-up mentions that it's occasionally failed. Is that the reason why it was added in? What kind of problems is that?
Maybe I can have Jean answer some of the problems with MECAS.
MECAS is an extremely old system. It is very limited. It's a DOS-based system. It is built with Focus, and as far as the interface, it's all manually key entered. So as far as replacing it, we do need to replace it. Mostly probably because of how old it is, and that it's a 16-bit system. When, as you know, everything's 32-bit and soon to be 64-bit systems.
And how's that integrated to ITA and all of the new systems that are being done in the FMS system? And we see the org chart of all of the systems in the city, it's a little overwhelming as to whether or not they're talking to one another.
Well, the current provider has a solution, but the solution, the FMS needs to be implemented before their solution would be a possibility. We were told initially, and I don't know the timing on this, the module that I know we've looked at it and we thought we probably could get it done quicker. At one point, it was going to be in the second phase of the FMS implementation. I don't know if any of the managers, or maybe Vicki, you have a little more information. We've been asked by ITA to become more involved with the FMS, so Vicki Santiago is our departmental chief accountant.
We have been working closely with the FMS team, both CGI and controllers and ITA. And in fact, tomorrow we have a meeting with them regarding MECAS. They want to look into how we do things in MECAS and how they can build an interface from MECAS to FMS, the new FMS. When we were talking about our MECAS system, they said it's going to be in the phase 2. They have to implement first the modules that we contracted with them, and phase 2 will be MECAS and investments.
If you could just keep me in the loop on that and the relationship and how that's going to work, so that may have some impact.
Will do.
I think Ms. Gruel's really asked all the questions I wanted to ask. I think just one comment is to CLA and CAO on the report back she asked about on those positions, that we need to do everything we can to keep this organization flying at the high level it's been. And Julia knows when she first got here, 5-6 years ago, I was very critical about some of the early moves. 7 years ago now? I was somewhat critical about some of the early moves in the department, and I just want to commend you and Krista and the whole staff. You guys have brought us through a banking crisis year, and we've kept in the black in our fund management, and I don't know how many people can say that in this year, that you've kept us in the black, and I appreciate very much the hard work you've done, the work with bondage, and also this card proposal that you've got here shows entrepreneurial activity in an agency that not really necessarily been that in the past. And I just want to make sure we maintain that level of expertise and hard work and whatever. If we need those positions that the general manager has stated she thinks she needs, I think we ought to try and find a way to do that. And I don't know how we can do that, but I'm going to ask you guys to, when you report back, you look at that and see if they can do, more and self-funded, make that work. I think that'd be a model, not just for the city of LA, but for the country to look at. And I want to do whatever we can to support her in those activities. So I want to commend you on the great work this past year. Probably the most. You guys probably worked a lot of overtime, didn't you, this past year? Just keeping up with what was going on in the banking systems alone.
We work within our budget on overtime.
I didn't talk about overtime cost. I just said you worked hard. I'm sure an awful lot of your folks put in a lot of hours.
And, Council Member, if I could have, I see some of the members of our staffs took time out using their own time or furlough time or vacation. If I could have them stand and be acknowledged, I would like to publicly thank them for their hard work.
Very tough year, and you came through in flying colors. So I just want to make sure we do whatever we can to maintain that level of expertise, knowledge, and operation. That's all I want.
Councilmember, if I could just add that in the Mayor's office, we are very, very much in agreement with you in terms of making sure that we have the needed resources in these departments that not only generate revenue, but that handle the billions of dollars of our general fund and other funds. I just want to point out that the positions that were identified, if there are vacant positions that can be swapped out, we also would be agreeable to something like that. But to the extent that some of these positions were identified because of the efficiencies that have been generated in the investments we have made on the technology side, I think that that should still be examined as
it needs to be examined, but to see an agency cut by almost 34% compared to, I think there's only one or two others that were in that range, the people that touch our money every single day, that scares me. And to see them having, as long as you breach the subject, to see them having reductions and cuts and the SRS, when the PMU doesn't have any SRS, I'm somewhat skeptical. So I want to see us maintain this agency more than the PMU, quite frankly.
Thank you. I just want to reaffirm that, but I have a couple of quick questions. For the viewing public, frankly, to understand what the treasurer's job is. The treasurer receives, disperses, and manages the city's funds. The treasurer manages the city's cash holdings to achieve good returns on interest. Now, that's the one that, God bless you, through this last year. And again, in your opening comment, you mentioned $30 million. What kind of returns are we currently getting out of the city's cash holdings? Restate that.
Okay. And we have our Chief Investment Officer with the details.
Yeah, and tell us, first of all, how much cash do you have from time to time, and how you work that out, and how you've worked it out in the last year. Just to confirm what Mr. Smith said, I think you guys have done a phenomenally great job under the circumstances.
Sure. We manage over $6.5 billion in marketable securities assets, and as you indicated, really the goal of these monies is for cash management. It's defined in the code as an investment objective of providing principal stability, providing liquidity for the city, and generating reasonable rates of return. During the course of the past year, we've gone through a very volatile and uncertain economic and capital markets environment. And really, due to the information systems that we've been granted by City Council through the good support of the General Manager, Joy DeFore, and the human resources that we have in the investments group and within the department, we've been able to not only purchase securities that have performed very admirably, but more importantly, we've been able to avoid securities that have really caused a lot of problems for our fellow local agencies. So at this point in time, we're actually ahead of our targets for 08-09 interest earnings, and while things are somewhat uncertain for this next budget year, we're optimistic about generating similar returns to this year.
Well, God bless you for that. And I know you're not being paid to answer this next question, but to anybody watching this, any advice for them at this moment in time as how they should operate with their cash?
Well, I fear taking on the fiduciary responsibility of others that may be listening to this, but just be very careful and cautious about making one's investments.
Yeah, well, thank you for that kind of activity with us here. It's most gratefully appreciated by the City of Los Angeles. You also, as a job, is the Debt Management and Administration Program responsible for preparation of the Treasury's Emergency Management and Business Continuity Plans, so people understand that. Could you explain that real quickly?
Well, that's actually two different functions that's in one group. Debt management, we do a lot of the assessment district financing, and these are mainly street improvement types of bonds, the curbs or canals in Venice, for instance. This is something, I guess, our next challenge to bring this into this century as well. We're the only city in the whole state that issues this kind of debt under a particular state code. Everyone else does it a different way, which would put it on the tax rolls. But most importantly, I think for the city and our emergency management, we actually have taken very seriously on how would we operate in the event of an emergency. And we call it, we've started calling it business continuity. You know, how do we pay people? How do we operate outside the city? All of the managers have laptops. We have satellite cards, and so we can actually transact business with the banks. We can move money to fund payroll. I don't know with our old bank, and I'll ask the assistant treasurer to make sure we do this with our new banks. In case of an emergency, the bank would run the last direct deposit tape, and so in the event of an emergency and the city can't get a new tape, that's being handled at the bank. We've also asked all of our financial service providers for alternate workspace. In the event we can't get to City Hall or all of us can't get to City Hall, are there other workspaces? And we've been pretty successful with the financial institutions saying yes. Great. So those are the kinds of things we do. We have a call-out list internal. We have people by policy during the regular day who, for instance, can't authorize transactions and can't sign checks but by a means of departmental policy. In the case of an emergency, there are designated managers who can do those things.
Very cool. And back to that debt management point that you mentioned, we're the only city, and what do you suggest we need to do?
Well, I would like to work with the CEO's mayor's office and Public Works to actually, and we had our pro bono, the Treasury commissioned a pro bono study, so we know what we need to do. We just need to have the political will to do it. It would be something that the city has always done a certain way. So I think it would be working with the affected parties just to make a decision, this is what we need to do.
Okay, taking that a step further, I want to report back on this issue because political will is what we electeds should have, and outline to us in that what you suggest after your discussions is the best strategy going forward. And while we're in this budget process, it's a healthy time for you to bring that up to us and put it in black and white so we can look at it, and if we feel as policymakers it's the right thing to do, we'll be happy to at least entertain it, and if it is the right thing to do, obviously do it. Okay? Appreciate that. Here's my quick questions, real quick. How is removing a position from the debt management program going to impact the ability to, quote, ensure business continuity during and after an emergency or disaster, as you state in your goals?
Well, if there are only 3 people in that group, so we would have to do it somehow. I mean,
the bottom line is I don't want you to remove it if you don't think you should.
Oh, and that's not one of the ones I'm suggesting.
Okay, all right. Your tech support budget shows you want to add 1 position, is that right?
It's simply a regularization, going from a reserve position to a regular position.
Okay.
So
would it be possible to use our existing ITA personnel on emergency needed to fulfill this additional tech support? I'm trying to figure out how to make ITA more of an integrated general usage for all of us. Have you talked to ITA at all?
It's already, the position is filled in Treasury. It's currently filled. Okay. And we actually work very closely with the general manager and ITA. We have her review our plans. She has asked us to become more involved in the FMS project. We have a very, very positive relationship with ITA.
Excellent, because that's the key. And like you said about the laptops and everybody so engaged, it's obviously part of what your success story has been. Again, thank you so much for what you've done for us.
Thank you.
Just a summary on the report backs that we're getting on this. Are we getting any report backs? Were there any requests for report backs? No?
there was at least 1 report back for the debt issuance, right?
Assessment district financing from Treasury, a report back on how the recommendations on how we would recommend it should be done to be consistent with current best practices.
Okay. And on the positions, what do we conclude on that? The positions that are slated for cut?
I think basically that we're going to be working with the department and the CLA and the mayor's office on...
You guys come up with something before the... Okay. Great. Thanks.
Let me just ask one other thing. On the question Ms. Garula asked about the credit card issue and where people can buy under our umbrella, could we get a report back on that? One of the concerns is whether the potential of the city being deemed as it relates to other people's business practices, and at some point, do they then get an option to ask for these benefits that we're accruing? And so we need to know that. And so, and the other one, I would, and I won't use the term enterprise fund because Ray gets nervous every time I say that, but we have a department that on its face has gone $30 million over projected dollars for this year, and if things go as we hope for next year, that we'll at least be in the same ballpark. With that in mind, I want to ask the CLA and the mayor's office that I don't believe that we can afford to have a 30-some% cut in a department that's generating our revenue when most everything else is spending our revenue. And so I would ask that we look at that issue in light of the funds that are generated, particularly those funds that are generated above the projections, and how can we ensure that the needs, the technology, and the resources are in this department. So we'd ask you to do that. And then let me ask, Joya, you mentioned something earlier on the deal with the Treasury workstations, and you mentioned about the trademark. Has that been resolved, or where is that?
It's with outside counsel. They have told us that we should have a final report in the next few days. And again, just in summary, the purpose of that is so that Treasury could actually sell that software to other smaller entities and help them become more efficient too.
Okay. Could you give us, and again, you come before us like once every several months dealing with your analytical fund management reports. Could you ensure the next time you come that you give us an update on that issue to tell us where we are on the status?
Certainly.
Okay. There's no other question. Thank you. You have one, Ray?
I think, if I may, just the one thing to point out is the salary reduction is, we're talking about the positions and the shared sacrifice. The other big piece is the bank service fees, and I know the treasurer has proposed a new proposal. We have provided money in the UB, as in basically as a sort of a placeholder until a new allocation process can be put in place.
Okay. And now, Joy, is that all part of the larger transition of the banking system in the sense of the funds? The fees?
Yes.
It's integrated.
The short answer.
Okay. So once you're up 100%, you're at 80-some% now. Once you're up to 100%, then the fee issue gets resolved in that mix?
Well, it's sort of two pieces of the same project. What the assistant treasurer is developing is a whole different methodology. One of the reasons for the new bank structure is now we'll be able to tell which services every single department uses, and we can hold those departments sort of responsible for their bank fees. If you'd like, we can also report back on that structure as well.
Thank you. We'd like to have that. Excuse me. Excuse me. That would be good for us to know just how that's going to be resolved, and we probably have to have that by the time the UB is asked to address that as far as fees. So that would be the appropriate time to advise us as exactly what that system is doing.
This afternoon.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I hope so. Next department is the city clerk. While they're coming up, we have one card, Mr. Sharness. Oh, thank you. And also, we have a card, is it Cafe, is it Ferg? Yes, sir. Go on.
Thank you. Chairman Park, members of the Budget and Finance Committee, the Engineers and Architects Association requests that the Budget and Finance Committee restore the positions of Senior Project Assistant, Chief of Creative Services, Calligrapher, Systems Analyst 2, Senior Management Analyst 2, Legislative Assistant 1, and Title Examiner. As I stated previously, if there should be cuts, we would like to see them in outside consultants. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Cathay, is it Ferg? You have a card in for both city clerk and for ethics? Okay. All right. We'll get started with the questions. Could you just start off and just give us an idea of the movement of the positions to, what is it, Bureau of Engineering?
Correct.
Okay, how that impacts your department and what is the benefit of moving that service?
What the proposed budget includes is the transfer of the Land Records Division from the City Clerk's office to the Bureau of Engineering. There are currently, there are 19 positions that are related to that transfer of the function. One of those is a systems position, and actually we don't have a devoted systems person
that serves just land records. So we're talking about 18 positions plus that one. 11 are added to the Bureau of Engineering, and of those 11, I think only 5 of them are in the same position classifications as the ones that we have currently. As far as the benefit, I can't really respond to that. We haven't had an opportunity really to talk this out in any sort of detail. Just a little bit of background is that when we're asked to look at possible things that could be consolidated in the city, this was one thing that could be a candidate. But thank you. But we thought that there needed to be some further discussion about it to see if it really made sense to move the function from the city clerk's office to another department. That could very well be the case, but I don't know that discussion has really taken place or has been fleshed out in any way.
Okay. And then let me ask you, one of the items that's listed in your budget is approximately a $4 million item for neighborhood council elections. Has that been vetted as to what that actual cost may be?
Well, what we have now is just experience with 22 elections that we conducted in 2008. That was the first phase of transferring that election function from the Department of Neighborhood Empowerment to the Office of the City Clerk. So the estimate that we've included in the budget, the proposal that we made, is based on our experience this last go-around, the costs associated with that, the input we received from neighborhood councils following the election. So that's where that $4 million estimate came from.
Okay. And then the other election, CD2,
right.
That we have a history of what special elections run.
Right.
Will that timing for those, the neighborhood council and the CD2 election, be in the same time frame?
No, there won't. The CD2 election, in all likelihood, would be in the fall. If the council decides to call a special election, the neighborhood council elections would be over a 4-month period, and it started beginning in March of 2010 and going through June of 2010. And just a little bit of information about the neighborhood council elections themselves is what we're proposing is that there would be 9 separate neighborhood council election days, because with 90-plus neighborhood council elections, you can't do them all in one day. So we're talking about elections that are going to be rolling starting in March. And that's part of the reason why there's costs associated with it. You have each of these neighborhood council elections is unique. They all have a different board structure. We have to customize the ballots and the nominating period and so on to each one of these board elections, because they all have a different board structure. Some have candidates who are voted on by business owners, but not everybody. So it's very unique, and that also adds to some of the costs. But the time frame is not going to be the same, and they wouldn't be conducted in the same way either.
Okay.
Just a quick question on CD2, and I know we've had some discussion. The options that we have as far as calling that election. Because I know when I was elected in a special election, and the announcement of Joe Wax, who was leaving early, what time, and if my memory serves me correctly, he sent a letter on September 1st saying he was leaving October 1st, which allowed September 1st to be the date in which people can start raising money, and an election date can be called. What are the options available as well here?
In this case, what we've been advised by the city attorney about is that the city council can actually call the election, in June, but that would also be predicated on the council member providing a letter of resignation that would be effective on July 1st. We've also been advised that none of the filing, none of the election-related activities occur before the vacancy actually exists. So none of that would begin until July 1st or thereafter. We're giving a little bit of cushion in there, so it'll be a few days after that. But the council can call the election up no later than June 2nd in order for that to begin as soon after July 1st as possible.
And are we certain, because I remember specifically that during that month of September, that people could still do election kinds of things running for that office, even though he didn't officially leave until October 1st?
I'd have to go back and check to see what that was, but this is the advice that we've received.
Okay. It would be, if we could, just sorry, while I have you here, it's a question I've wanted to ask because people have asked me that question, but I think it was September and October when it was Joel.
Yeah, but as I said, the city attorney's advised that none of those activities occur before the vacancy actually exists. And this time frame would allow us to have to fill the vacancy as quickly as possible so that district isn't left without representation.
Right. And what's the time period from the day in which you call it to when you would have the election? What's the minimum?
Well, the minimum, there's a 30-day residency requirement that has to be met. There's a certain period of time to allow people to file their notices of intention to run. There has to be a period of time for them to, and these are all prescribed by the election code, to complete the nominating process, and time allowed for not only candidates to run campaigns, but for us to prepare for it, to recruit polling locations and so on. What we have proposed is an election day in September 22nd, and if a runoff is required, that would be December 8th. And that, with the idea of trying to avoid holidays and the summer holidays, the summer period where turnout could be lower too.
Right. I know my primary was December 11th, and that was about the last date you could do it before the holidays. But if Dion, if we could just ask the question, I know it's unrelated a little bit to budget, although, is to ask the question about the June 1st and July 1st ability to start your electioneering kinds of activities based on that. So,
From our office on that.
okay, that would be great, because it just sounds different than when I recollect. On the $4 million, I mean, I think we all kind of gasped on that as far as the cost associated with that. And how is that, why do you, I mean, I said you said 9 separate ones, and that, how will that actually operate, and why does it cost so much, you think, in those areas?
Well, the way it would operate is again, because you can't do nearly 100 elections on one day. It's impossible. And what we're going to be doing is doing them by region. So we'd have nine different days, 9 different regions roughly, and approximately 10 to 12 elections, neighborhood council elections per day. In 2008, we had 3 different election days. We had one separate one with one, that was a special case, but we had 8 or 9 or 10 running on each of those election days. 2 of them, I think, were on Saturdays. One was on a Thursday. But the way, because they're all unique, you're going to have a separate filing period for each one. You're going to have separate ballots for each one, separate mailings for each one. Although one thing that we were trying to do to save some money is just to do one blanket mailing for the entire city to cover as many people as possible. And part of it is that, because these are all unique, and we don't have registered voters for neighborhood council elections, one of the big things is trying to reach all the stakeholders. So probably the 2 biggest dollar amounts in that proposal are for printing and for mailing. Because we're going to be printing, the proposal is to do 2 different mailings, one that blankets the city, says that these elections are coming up, and then the second one would give more specific information about those neighborhood council, those specific neighborhood council elections. And the other area is vote by mail. So it's a very intensive, printing and mailing and kind of paper-oriented effort.
And how did they do it before from the Dunn perspective? Did they not do mailings at all or any of that?
Well, they didn't do the extent that we did. I don't know to what extent they did those kinds of mailings, maybe very little. And the intent wasn't for us to replicate what Dunn was doing. The intent for us was for us to provide a professional grade election process for neighborhood councils, and that was the intent, and costs go with that.
It's my understanding that when Dunn had responsibility of the elections, there was no standard way of doing the elections. Each individual neighborhood council sometimes had their own election rules, which is precisely the reason why council made the policy decision to put in city clerks.
No, and I think, I don't disagree with that. I think it is the, whether it goes to the Cadillac version or the, Ford version, no, District Ford, but how we do that. And when you look at, stakeholders are very different, and when you mail for our elections, it goes to registered voters that you know of.
We know who we're sending them to.
You know who you're sending them to. Do you send it to, because stakeholders include business owners, they include people who are not registered to vote in the city of Los Angeles.
Right. What we tried to do is get lists of properties I think we sent them to GWP mailings, so we tried to reach property owners. That doesn't cover everybody, because in a particular neighborhood council election, what you have are people who live, work, or own property, or who otherwise have a stake in that neighborhood. So we might be able to reach property owners, we might be able to reach businesses, because there'll be an address there. But it's difficult to say who may go into, who have a stake in that neighborhood, but may not be on some specified list. That was a big challenge for us. We tried to work with neighborhood councils as much as possible to get those lists. If they had them, we'd use them. But that's going to be an ongoing challenge, is trying to reach the stakeholders in each area. I think we want to use the neighborhood councils as much as possible to develop lists, but we're going to have to use something, and there isn't anything that's perfect.
Have you thought of doing DWP inserts instead of mailing a separate mailing to reduce the expense?
Well, we can certainly look at that. An initial announcement, that might be a way to do an initial announcement, but as far as sending, election material, that's probably not going to be a practical way to go.
Right. But the first announcement that if you were doing that, is it included in our documents? I didn't see it, but that kind of gives a budget of what this all includes, the $4 million?
We can provide one.
Could you do? I think that would be very, very useful to us. I know that there are cuts to the council and public services function. Could you explain how that's
right. There are several cuts to the council public services division. One, there are 2 legislative assistants and a senior management analyst.
Are those vacant positions currently?
No, they aren't. One of the legislative assistants is, but one of them is not, and the senior position is not. The senior position is the position that the council added a year or 2 ago as the community liaison. So that person is always in council, is the contact for all assistants during council meetings. They're also the primary liaison with neighborhood councils. They go out and do all the training. And that position's been in our budget, I think, for 2 years now. The legislative assistants were added by the council again a couple of years ago in recognition of the workload related to the council and the council committees. And so those positions are also proposed for deletion.
Is that in the shared sacrifice, or is that in the 5%? Or
that's in actually, it's probably more than 5%, but that was part of it's not part of the shared sacrifice. And then there was 2 additional positions, and those were related to the translation unit that also the council had added a while back. Just to comment on those kinds of reductions, we obviously realize that we're facing some very difficult financial times, but much of the work that the city clerk does is in support of the council. So what we would propose is if there are some areas that we need to look at to reduce, that we do that in cooperation with the council leadership. And then that also goes to the shared sacrifice. That shared sacrifice number probably would equate to about 13 or 14 additional positions in the office. So it's like everybody else, it's going to impact our ability to provide services. And so we're going to have some discussions about what those look like.
Speaking about, I'm trying to get a better sense of the translation cut. What is that position, and what services would not be provided?
What the translation unit does now is they coordinate, translation services for the city council, so there's always somebody here in city council providing translation during council meetings. They also coordinate requests from other departments. We've compiled a list of people who are bilingual in the city who can provide assistance when necessary. They do the contract management for those contracts. Any department can call us up and say, we need something. We'll put them in touch with somebody who can provide that service, and then there's an arrangement for repaying that. So basically, they provide those services, and on and off we get requests to translate documents. That unit would handle that too.
So you mentioned the person who's here during council meetings. That person will no longer be here?
It's a matter of funding. That person is on contract with us. So if the positions that are proposed to be deleted are the people in our office who coordinate that whole function.
Oh, it's coordination of all those functions.
Correct.
Okay.
And in addition to that, there's contract money that's set aside. What we would propose is that if these reductions are taken, that we would still manage that contract, but we wouldn't be able to really provide any other services in that translation vein.
Okay. So some of it would be, if this position is deleted, some of it will be administrative work that would have to be picked up by someone.
Or not done at all.
Or not done at all. Right. Okay. What other direct service did this person do? What I mean by direct service is actual translation service or translation of documents.
Again, our staff doesn't necessarily do that themselves. They coordinate the translation function for the city council, for committees, and in some cases for city departments. So what we might be left with is the contract. So we can still have somebody here in council, but we may not be able to do much more than that.
Okay. What is the status of the RFP for the new election software? Where are we with that?
Right. We released the RFP several months ago and went through a whole process of reviewing those. We had a panel of people made up of city folks. The county was represented on it too, ITA, and we also involved our community-based organizations in reviewing and got their input on these proposals as well. We're about to release a report that makes the recommendations on that. What we found is that most of all of the organizations that proposed replacements to our voting system essentially said, here's what we have now, and that's what they were proposing, but here's what we're going to have later. And it's what they're going to have later is going to be the key. We basically didn't feel as though any of those were really ready to go, so we're going to have some recommendations coming forward on that.
When would that come forward?
Very soon. We're finishing up the draft now.
Okay. And so the money to get the new election software, that's part of it was in last year's budget, and how much in this year's budget, this upcoming budget?
Well, I think there was a set aside maybe in NICLA or something. I don't know. I think that's just part of the planning. I don't think there was any actual money set aside, but I'd have to defer to Ray on that.
Is there any money for the new election software in the upcoming fiscal year, the year we're discussing?
No, we made the MICLA allocation either 1 or 2 years ago, and it was the $30 million.
Oh, so that funding is there already, and it's $30 million?
Yes, basically, once we get the authorization, it stays there. It doesn't go away.
Okay. Now, I don't want to discuss the pros and cons of instant runoff voting, whether we agree with it or not agree with it. Would this software be compatible if the city decides to go in that direction? If the city decides to go in that direction?
There are only, I think, 1 or 2 companies right now that have that kind of software. I think what you're more likely to see is if the city goes in that direction, you'd probably see companies more inclined to develop that kind of software, and it would probably be an add-on to whatever they're doing, because what instant runoff voting is a way of, it's a tally system, it's a way of tallying. I suspect that you'd probably see more people inclined to make that expenditure to develop that if they know that there's somebody who's going to purchase it.
So whatever direction we decide to do, whether we keep what we have now or move into instant runoff voting, it's whatever software or investment we're making this software, we could make it compatible. It's not going to be, we got to...
Either if one of the companies who already provides it is the direction that the city and possibly the county eventually go, then yes, then that could be made available and that could be an additional purchase. If it's something that would have to be developed because another system is better, then there would be some time in waiting for that, provided the city goes in that direction.
Okay, but we don't have to stop what we're doing now to say, we have to get to some point when we say, we're not going to do this or we are going to do this. There's a lot of discussion around it, so I just want you to be aware as you move forward in this direction that we may say yes, we may say no, and just to be aware of it.
We're very aware of that.
Yes. Finally, and potentially, how much money can instant runoff voting save the city if we don't have
a
runoff? Well, how much did runoffs cost us this past year? Do we have that number?
Well, we're not having, we have a runoff, but this year, actually it's a little bit different because we're going to be sharing the costs with the community college district. So I'd say our costs would be somewhere between $2-3 million this year. 2 years ago, as you recall, the city didn't have any races on that runoff, so the entire cost of that runoff was borne by the community college district and the LA Unified District. So what we budget for a general election is roughly between $6 and $8 million. So that potentially could be the overall savings, but only a portion of that would be attributed to the city.
Okay, got it. Okay. So I could just ask the CAO to work with the department for an explanation on that translation unit position and to break it off between administrative tasks that would no longer be completed versus direct services that position currently provides, and what that break-off is for us to get a better sense of how will we not receive services that are currently provided, because as you know, demand for translation services are high, and even us here in council, where sometimes our person has to get off the translation they're doing for the SAP on television to come translate for somebody who's speaking here. It not only benefits the people who are speaking, but all of us, for all of us to understand what they're saying. So I want to make sure that if we cut this or delete this position, that we are doing our best to save whatever services are directly provided to the public. Thank you.
Just following up on that, translation service, it really doesn't affect my district, but certainly Mr. Weezar's and others. Do you provide that service also for Dunn, for neighbor councils?
Dunn has their own contracts, and I believe that they do that themselves.
So none of that's that group?
No, I think they handle it themselves, but of course, if we got a request from them, we would certainly honor it.
Yeah. And the proposed reduction in creative services, the state legislature puts a limit on how many each member can propose, and I think some of my colleagues wouldn't appreciate this much, but maybe we need to take a look at that. And I don't know if there's some abusers and non-abusers, but...
Well, I wouldn't categorize anybody as an abuser, but certainly with this reduction, some limits would have to be placed on production, because with this, what you lose is the efficiency of having a centralized group when you delete half of it. So we would definitely have to limit the production. It just wouldn't be possible anymore.
And if you do, and the legislature, I think they limit them to like $25 a month or something like that, and then they pay for anything above and beyond that. And maybe we could go to that kind of pay-as-you-use system above a certain amount for those that want to give out more, and let them charge it to their GCP account or something like that. But why don't you take a look at the state legislature's model and see if it's applicable here?
Yeah, we can do that. And I just want to make one comment on that too, is that's certainly a possibility of setting up some sort of a, paying for what you use over your allocation. But what that would also result in is then we'd have to set up some sort of structure for that.
Yeah.
And so you're not going to gain everything by it.
maybe you put that into the cap or whatever, there's ways to do that, but once you've set the system up, it should be rather easy.
But still, with a limited number of staff, our capacity is going to be limited. So even if you go over, we're going to have people to do it. So that's going to have to be moderated in some way.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Let me just work on that point and fine-tune it just a little bit more as Mr. Smith's direction is suggesting. It would be nice in a report back to get a sense of how many we are doing as a council.
Sure.
The mayor, the city attorney, the controller, and the 15 of us.
Yeah, I can give you just ballparks right now.
Yeah.
We produce about 28,000 pieces a year. Not all of those are the big fancy ones. Some of those are simpler ones. And it's roughly, I think, 20 to 25% mayor, and the rest of it is the city council members, controller, city attorney. Controller and city attorney really are a very small portion of it. The council uses the lion's share.
Yeah, and then there's 4 or 5 different categories you do: weddings, anniversaries, resolutions.
We have all that detail.
So break it all down for us to get a better picture and a report back. Because one of the suggestions, as Mr. Smith was suggesting, is maybe a cap per person, and then maybe full cost recovery on additional ones, or something like that, or maybe you can computer generate some that are now done more.
Actually, most of it is done. It's computer generated. Just some of it's embellished.
And some of us do it ourselves as well. We do our own in-house production. It's not as fancy and beautiful as yours, but it gives recognition, because I truly believe recognition of community groups making a difference and making the democracy work is a good thing. You know, we go through a lot of hell around here, but when you give somebody something for something they've done, like I just did one with Wi-Fi in Mar Vista. They created their own network of interacting on the computer. So at the farmers market Saturday, I gave them a whole, generated in our office, acknowledging the 2 guys that created it together. And people are positive when you're positive back to them. So this isn't just a frill. LA Weekly, always has to attack rather than appreciate the value of something. And this is something I value very much, and I know my constituents do. So in that report back, how we can go forward.
I will say that the people who receive these do appreciate them very much. I mean, it does generate a lot of goodwill, and I think people appreciate having that sort of recognition. So to have the service in some form is I think, valuable.
Exactly right. And life is too short, and we need to acknowledge each other and show some respect, too. Let me go back to what Mr. Weezer was saying about instant runoff voting. And let me also go back to what has been something I've been saying since I joined this council, which is I think our off-year elections should be on-year elections like everybody else. This is absurd to constantly have these elections. Look what we just did in our primary, a joke. Okay, look what we're going to do in this runoff. Another joke. A joke because people are tired of constantly having to go to the polls in one form or another. They're tired of the cost that we spend in putting out our brochures and all of our other stuff. I want to report back on how we can integrate our elections into on-year elections, so when you have the governor's race and the members of the House of Representatives, the president, you have more robust. Now, I've heard the line over and over, the ballot's too long. Baloney. We have to come up with an ability to put it on those even years, save the cost, and get greater voter participation and turnout. And we need to grow up on that issue. It's just frustrating to me to see a separate off-year election. Nobody votes, costs us a ton of money, and I'd like to go back to the concept of I want to know why we can't and why we should on years.
Yeah,
Can we get that?
and I know you've heard this before, but right now, the way the ballot is structured with those tend to be longer ballots. Ours tend to be longer ballots. They really don't fit.
Then we need to figure it out, and we need to get our act together. I don't care if it's the state with all these props that end up because they don't figure out how to do their own business up there, and so the people take it into their own hands, or it be the city on some of those levels, or the counties on some of that level. I think it's ridiculous to have these off-year elections, and I'd like a report back on that, okay?
No problem.
And I'm just not going to buy into the lines we've had before. Let's talk about business improvement districts, which especially now in our down economy, again, are a partnering with private sector, and together we can do things together. It's a critical component during this time. Will the staff reduction and special assessments slow the form of new bids?
I'm sorry, with what?
Well, let me just give you the opening line first, okay? Business improvement districts are a critical component on our public public-private partnerships. During these difficult times, the city needs to do things and needs to invite the private sector to form bids. Here are my questions. Will the staff reduction in special assessments slow the formation of new bids? I understand 3 staff cuts down to 14 from 17. Why are we flat on establishing 3 new bids in 2008, 2009, 2010? Does the city need to do more to encourage, to facilitate bid formations that help to reduce general fund expenditures, improve local plan? In other words, you don't seem to have the resources to help us. I have at least 2 or 3 parts of my district now talking about creating bids, which we know they're very effective. Will we be in any way hamstrung in going forward?
Well, first of all, the positions that are proposed to be deleted that are in that special assessments unit are vacant currently. Okay. And those have been ones that we've kept vacant, namely to meet our budgetary goals. So as far as an impact on the current level, probably not. It could impact if we were trying to make more of an effort. That could be an issue. But we currently have 39 established bids in the city, and I think we have 9 more in some process of formation. And so what we do is we work with each one of those. We work with the community groups that want to form them and help them to get to where they need to be. You had a question. I think I missed one of your questions. But,
that's okay. You're doing great as it is. 3 staff cuts down to 14 from 17. Why are we flat on establishing 3 new bids in 2008, 2009, and 2010?
I think that's just based on what we've been experiencing annually. If there are more, then really what it would be is providing additional consultant money to form additional bids. But if there are more than that, we would accommodate those.
Very good. That's what I wanted to hear, because frankly, it is a plus to partner with private sector to do things in community, and today especially we need that kind of cooperation. Last question goes back to, I think, one of your initial comments, which had to do with the elections of neighborhood councils. So our bottom line is it's going to cost us fresh $4 million to do this.
Well, yes, I suppose. We did have some money in 2008 for that, and so that's the expenses associated with that. That's our projection, yes.
Did anybody ask for a report back on how we're going to administrate them? Because if there are 97 of them, or 89, what's the number? Do you know how many elections?
It's somewhere between probably 90 and 100. I've heard anything from 89 to 96.
Yeah, me too.
So.
Yeah. And are you going to report back on the procedures and how we're going to make it?
We actually did report back after the 2008 elections. We did an after-action report, and we provided that. And what we did is we incorporated the comments we received from neighborhood councils and others about what we could do differently and better. And so that thinking was all incorporated into the estimate that we provided to conduct them in 2010.
And what's the time frame when you'd be doing these elections?
Well, we're already underway in the planning now, but when the elections would actually begin in March and conclude in June, so it would be over a 4-month period.
And next year?
Yes.
And so all those counts, since they're all going to happen simultaneously, is that right?
Some of them will be happening simultaneously. What we're proposing is have 9 separate election days. There'll probably be 10 to 12 elections on each day in regions. So it's actually quite an undertaking. The 22 we did was quite something. So doing 97 is going to really be an effort.
When your department gets closer toward the end of this year, I would imagine, we should start publishing that to neighborhood councils so people can understand what the process is.
We actually have already started doing that. We're working with them. We're getting their input. We're working with them on making bylaws changes. So this, even though the elections won't occur for a number of months, our planning on this has been underway for a while now.
Yeah, well, you got a yeoman's task on this one, because for me, the definition of a stakeholder is a difficult definition.
Right.
To actually have, because you just don't know when the bus pulls up and puts people in it and takes them to go vote from some neighborhood what the real story is there. So will you be clear in the definition of what a stakeholder is enough so that we can have better clarity among people out there?
Well,
it's hard.
Part of it is very clear. The live, work, own property, that's fairly clear. I think what you're referring to is anybody who has a stake in that district, and that's not an easy
definition to make. Depending on the way the neighborhood council is structured itself, then, you don't necessarily have to have proof of that.
Right.
You just go and say, I have a stake, you sign a statement that says that I have a stake in this neighborhood and you're able to vote. A lot of people have trouble with that, but others don't, but that's the way it's defined right now, and so that's what we need to improve.
No, and maybe it won't happen today or tomorrow, but I do want to report back in 6 months about the status update of where we are on preparing for the spring. I also want to be able to clearly see those issues and what a stakeholder is. I'm one of those who believe the definition is too broad and too problematic to really be what it should be. So that's my opinion, but I think we need to continue that dialogue on it.
Okay, and actually that dialogue, I may also wish to bring the city attorney in on that, because I think that they've been very involved with that whole stakeholder definition as well.
Right, and also, of course, the department that oversees it.
Of course.
Okay. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you.
You get fully reimbursed from LAUSD for all that we do for them?
With regard to elections, or elections, we are reimbursed for the cost of the elections, yes.
But do we, I think, and maybe this may be an ethics question when they come up, because I think we do their ethics as well. Is that correct? Form 700? Okay. I'll ask Leanne when she comes up on that one. Thanks, Leanne. She nodded her head back there. The other question that I had was, you talked about vote by mail, and it's something, I'm actually box drafting a motion for us to look at vote by mail, even in the city of Los Angeles, to reduce our costs. Are you suggesting that part of what you're doing in the neighborhood councils is going to be a vote by mail?
Yes, what was determined a year ago for the 2008 elections, and part of this is to, one of the issues is to try to encourage as much participation in neighborhood council elections as possible. So including vote by mail as one of those options gives voters, stakeholders in those neighborhood councils another means of participation. So vote by mail was offered to all neighborhood councils as another way to vote. They could go to the poll, their neighborhood council poll, and vote in person, or they could vote by mail.
And have we talked about it in Los Angeles of doing a vote by mail?
For regular elections, our office had reported on a number of different options, and doing all vote by mail elections, or what was really looked at was doing a vote by mail centered election, where you have, everybody receives a vote by mail packet, but you also have neighborhood polling centers. There would be maybe, what are we talking about, 100 or so neighborhood polling centers where people could, if they wanted to still go to a poll, they could go to a poll, but they wouldn't be the neighborhood precinct poll like you have now. They would be different locations in the city, but what everybody would receive is a vote by mail packet. Basically, it would be like a complete kit for them to complete their vote by mail ballot and send it in.
Thank you. Well, look for us. I think we're going to try to revisit that and see if that's a possibility. And I just want to add, Karen, you've been a great asset as the city clerk over this period of time, and really stepped in and taken control. I just want to thank you publicly for all that you have done, and been a great asset to the city. So we look forward to your continued service, hopefully, in the city of LA.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Let me do some follow-up questions. Excuse me. The positions on the 17 position for the Land Records Division. Karen, did you say that there was one position that basically dealt with technology that dealt with multiple systems within the department?
Right. We don't really have, except for our elections positions, most of our positions aren't really dedicated to one specific division or another. They work with all the divisions in the city clerk's office. So we don't have one position that's strictly devoted to land records. That position probably does other things too, in addition to supporting the land records function.
Okay. But is that position currently scheduled to be moved to Bureau of Engineering?
There is one that's proposed to be deleted. I just don't remember offhand if that was one of the ones that was added as part of their authority.
A different classification was added.
Let me just ask on that issue, because we've had a couple of items that deal with transfers of responsibilities. Before July 1st budget, if we can get a better understanding of what this transition, I think we asked for it during the Bureau of Engineering presentation, of what exactly this transfer is going to do, what is going to be the impact, and particularly in light of the number of positions that are being moved, and yet once they go to Bureau of Engineering, there's also a recommendation that we cut a number of them. And so how that is going to impact the overall service. Also, I'd like in that review that we look at that technology position, because if it's doing multiple activities within city clerk, that whether, because they are also doing the land records information, whether that body should move with that function. Also, in dealing with the proposed cuts for council services, particularly dealing with creative services and some of those functions that the council added very, very recently because of the expansion of the ad hoc committees and the number of services and nighttime meetings and things that council committees are doing that they had not done before. I'd like to ask the CLA and the CAO to get together with the department and see what is it that would require or cause those functions to go under the control of the council, so that we have some control over the services in which we're going to be given each year, as opposed to hashing it out during the budget process. If it becomes a part of council services and council control, then it will be a part of our overall budget that we're dealing with, as opposed to it's up for grabs each year. The creative services, as Mr. Rosenthal mentioned, is very vital. I mean, the amount of benefit we get for 28,000 certificates probably in goodwill is 4 or 5 times what the cost is, and so we should not look at that lightly. But I'd like to see how, if it's under council control, how we might be better able to deal with that, and also the other cuts that are recommended that are council services. Let me ask one other specific question. On the minimal funds in the bid operation, is our expectation that there's no new bids coming online over the next year?
There could be some bids coming online. It's really difficult to say ahead of time because, first of all, they take a while to form, but we always assume that there are going to be a few. Sometimes we have 2 to 3 per year.
Okay. So, but the funds that are in the budget aren't sufficient to absorb another 2 to 3 bids?
I think it just assumes 2 or 3, but more than that, there would have to be probably an allocation at the time a decision is made to pursue an additional bid. So that's something that the council would have to deal with on a as-needed basis.
Okay, so case by case. Right. Okay, and then, let's see. And in that council controls information, we'd like to make sure what's covered additionally is whatever technology that is needed in the sense of for the council, and that we not cut back. We've done some fairly remarkable things on technology where people can follow the council meetings with the technology that's available. You can go online and find historical information plus what's going on today. And I would not like to see a diminished capacity on technology that provides tremendous service to the community and actually is a cost saving, because people used to do that, and now people in the community can go on their computer and get access to many of these files. So we'd like to look at that council technology, council positions, council services, and creative services as how we can better manage that within the purview of the council offices. I think that, anybody else? And let me also thank you for the job you've done as interim for these months, and the job you've done prior to that with city service. And I also look forward to you continuing your city service, and whatever capacity, but certainly we would not like to lose you.
Thank you.
I think it's been years since she's been acting.
Right? Pardon? Years since you've been acting?
Yes.
Over a year? A little over a year.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you. Next department is the Ethics Commission. And while the ethics is coming up, we have two cards, Mr. Bob Stern and Richard Sanchez. If you can come up to the center.
Good morning. My name is Richard Sanchez. I'm here with the engineers, representing the Engineers and Architects Association. The association recognizes that the Ethics Commission, for all intents and purposes, is an investigative and an enforcement agency responsible for the implementation and enforcement of the provisions of the Charter, city ordinances related to conflicts of interest, lobbying, and governmental ethics, as well as investigating alleged violations of state law, the city charter, or city ordinances. It is our hope that two of the committee members draw upon their law enforcement experiences, especially Councilman Parks and Councilman Smith as police officers, and recognizing and acknowledging that in order to complete their responsibilities of investigating and enforcement, adequate staffing should be provided. Thank you.
We had one other. Is Mr. Stern? Okay. Thank you very much. Let me, we'll add his name to the cards, but let me just start off the questioning and ask, with the proposed cuts in your operation or the shared responsibility, what and how do you see it impacting your operation? And also, could you explain for the general public and the committee also that the charter responsibility of how your department is funded?
Yes, thank you, Councilmember Leanne Pelham with the City Ethics Commission. Our charter mandate is spelled out, has been spelled out in the charter since 1990, and we are funded through the city's general fund. We have been funded at $2.3 million in the last fiscal year, and that's 27 positions that we've had this fiscal year. For our department, that was a 13% drop in our staffing levels from the prior fiscal year during the last year's budget process. So as proposed this year in the budget that you're considering, we're looking at another potential of nearly 18% cut. For us, that would translate to a 22% cut in our staffing levels currently. And because the vast majority of our employees are exempt positions, we're not civil service employees, we would actually have 5 of the 6 positions terminated effective July 1st. They don't have civil service standing except for one position, which is a senior clerk typist. But this effectively would bring it back to a 10-year rollback in terms of the commission staffing levels. You mentioned our charter mandate. It is very broad in the charter, requiring us to do education, audits, enforcement. So it is quite a broad look at making sure that the city's ethics laws are effectively administered and rigorously enforced.
Is there also a charter mandate on how much of funding you should receive each year?
There is not. There's a charter mandate for the amount of public matching funds. Since the voters established a partial public financing system back in 1990, for the last 17 years or so, we've had, in effect, a partial public financing system where candidates can qualify for those funds. This year, for example, we've had about $1.3 million of that fund used during the 2009 campaigns to date. And that is required also to come from the city's general fund at about $2 million per fiscal year, and that's adjusted for inflation. So that is a requirement that those funds be placed in the Public Matching Funds Trust Fund, and that those funds can only be used to fund the Public Matching Funds program.
Thank you.
There's one more funding for the charter. It's a second-year funding. The commission has been funded 2 years in a row. So in the last, since 1990, we've been funded only about maybe like $150,000 going forward. So that was a concession we made with council.
It's $150,000, you're saying, additional funding?
The charter establishes what it intended to be was a mechanism to protect the commission's budget
That's what I thought. That's why I was
essentially
asking.
from the political winds or political payback or what have you. But the charter does not require a specific dollar amount to be placed in that second-year appropriation. So what the city has done over the years is that the commission has been willing to say, we realize our budget hasn't been rated in that second year. It's always been a fair starting point. So what the city has done to avoid having to lock in those funds for the second year is to essentially deposit about $150,000 in that second-year account to provide flexibility in the budgeting process.
Explain to us, when you say the second-year account, what are you referencing?
Well, Ray, do you want to address that more specifically?
Basically, as part of Schedule 30, I believe, that schedule includes the appropriation for the department for the subsequent year. However, we do provide, like as mentioned, $150,000. I think next year it's $165,000 for the subsequent year funding, and that's sort of what's been used over the years as part of that second year funding requirement. So we have the funding for the full department for the subsequent year, and in the year after that, then we include funding for the charter requirement, and it's a nominal amount.
Maybe you can explain it, because it's somewhat confusing when you say the second year. Is that part of the charter, or is that just a budgetary process that we've created?
Is basically the charter requires a funding amount. As I understand it, the actual dollar amount is not specified. And over the years, I believe it's just been funding provided a nominal amount of $150,000 or so, and that's kind of what's happened.
Yeah. I mean, you may need to give us somewhat kind of a report back. This is the first time I've heard the second year issue. Is that money swept each year if they don't use it? Is it cumulative over time? How does it impact the basic funding of the $2-point-something million?
Essentially, the appropriation is put into the fund, and we budget monies for that. However, because it is for 2 years out, the money never gets spent, and so essentially that money kind of rolls over and is then used to look at the beginning balance for the second year.
Okay, but the initial funding for the positions is not rolled over, so it's a year-to-year allocation.
And then basically, the amount will change. We typically have set aside salary for Leanne. Maybe not that amount, but that's basically for the director.
Is it like a reserve fund you're holding forward in the future?
Yes, and we actually, if I'm not mistaken, we have that same funding requirement for Dunn as well.
Okay. But it doesn't build and build and build?
No, it does not.
It's a standard...
It's basically an appropriation.
Appropriation to guard against?
Yeah.
Okay.
Couple of questions. Each year you're budgeted, or for each election, the $2 million in matching funds, correct?
It's an appropriation that's based on the level of the fund. There is an overall cap on how much can be in the fund. That's also charter established. So depending on the drawdown of the fund during a given election year, it's a calculation to make sure the trust fund is...
But the general fund goes into the trust fund.
Yeah, but the charter, the $2 million is in there if it needs to be. If it doesn't need to be because the money hasn't drawn down that much, then there's less appropriation that needs to go into the fund.
And how did we do this year in election, in the March elections? You had, I didn't take matching funds, the mayor didn't take matching funds, a number of council, I don't know how many council members actually took matching funds. Again, I know there were, however, in CD5, there were a lot of people.
Council District 5, the Council District 5 race was an active race, as is the city attorney's race, and so those races, we have seen a distribution of about $1.3 million in public funds to candidates who've qualified at about this point in time.
At this point in time, 1.3?
Yeah.
Okay. I know that, and you said this in your letter, but this is a 22% cut. Is that to your staff? Is that include the 10% shared sacrifice, or is that before the shared sacrifice?
That is before the shared sacrifice. And again, the mayor's budget is a 17.9% overall cut in our funding, but because we are 87% made up of salaries, we have a $40,000 operating budget for the entire year, for example. So we're a very lean organization when it comes to our overall operations and overhead. But this translates to a 22% cut in our staffing levels. And that is in addition then to the projected or requested 10% additional shared sacrifice and that the mayor's budget has also included as a line item. So for that, for example, because in our view, we've already are facing the potential of 6 positions being lost out of 27, our anticipated response, if there is the additional 10% cut, is we'd have to do it through furlough days, and that would result in every member who's left on the staff essentially taking 2 days of unpaid work, unpaid days each month over the next year. So the commission would basically shut down twice a month.
And I'm concerned about, because I think the ethics committees and the commission, what you do is very, very important to be a check and balance out there. And the only frustration I think I have is your ability not to move as fast as I would like to see you move, which I know is somewhat dependent upon staffing and the ability to do that. And I know the total cost is about $450,000 that's been cut from your budget, correct? In the savings?
In the 10%? Yes.
No, is it in the 10%, or is that on the overall? Is that overall? Overall.
That's overall.
Does that include the 10%?
No.
No, it does not. Okay. And I'm just concerned about the ability to provide the same kind of service that you have been providing with that. Although some $450,000 is nothing to sneeze at, but I do believe there are some challenges with being able to implement all the things we've asked you to, and have some real impact on ensuring our elections and all the other things that are happening. Form 700s and all of those are complied with.
Well, I think it's fair to say the Commission shares those concerns. It's clear that, in these budget times, we all know that we're going to have a responsibility to have to share in the burdens. There's no question about that. And I think for us, the question is one of proportionality as well as recognition of the demand that's been increasing for our work. We've been increasingly working with the proprietaries, for example, the pension departments and water and power, as well as the airports, on a number of gift questions and procedural questions that they've got about how to make sure there's maximum transparency. So there's both an increasing demand as well as a broadening mandate for our work.
Do you get any money from the proprietaries?
We have a pending memorandum of understanding pending with the Department of Water and Power presently for services we provided in connection with mandatory ethics training. And we've started some preliminary discussions with the city employee retirement system as well. That's very preliminary, but I think certainly going forward, it is going to be important for us to look at recovering the costs for the services that we're providing, because these are direct services to help increase transparency and avoid conflicts at those agencies. But I think your essential point is an important one. In our perspective, at a time when the city has such particularly great opportunities with recovery money coming and with the needs that we have in this size of a city and this complex of a city, it also comes with some risk. And I think the concern that we have is whether or not those risks are effectively managed. And at a time when agencies are being asked to cut back and departments are being restructured, we know from national organizations that have looked at this issue that those are most likely the times when people feel pressure to cut corners. And I think the intent is not there to do it, but the consequence may be there. And so it's really important for us to make sure, for us it's not just about enforcing the law by opening an investigative case or reviewing a whistleblower complaint. it's really about making sure that we have information in people's hands in the most accessible way possible so that people can make informed decisions about what the law requires and what pressures they may be feeling. So for us, it really is a question of having the resources that are appropriate to make sure we get information to people in a timely way, that we can provide information about how the law works and how it applies to them. I think one of the areas that we are going to likely see the greatest impact based on this level of cut is in our advice and compliance guidance that we provide to people who are subject to our laws, whether it's contributors or candidates, other city employees and city officials. We, for example, have had in the last fiscal year over 10,000 advice calls, requests for information. That's a 10% increase from the prior year. Many of it obviously due to an election season, but also, we have additional responsibility for the school district training and audits, and many other areas in ethics as well.
I asked before you came, so City Clerk, but it was a more appropriate question to you about whether LAUSD does reimburse us for all of the expenses that you incur for the responsibilities that you have.
They don't. We've had, as I understand it, an MOU, an agreement with the school district dating back probably 20 years now, that the city is reimbursed for its election-related expenses. And part of those expenses that are billed to the school district are to cover the traditional campaign disclosure statements that we receive and make public in our office. We obviously took on additional responsibility with Measure L several years ago to provide education, training, and also do audits and enforcement, if necessary, with candidates running for the school board. That piece has not been covered with any cost recovery. As I understand it, there's been some discussion and debate about even the amount that we're charging currently for cost recovery for the services we provide. So,
I mean, LAUSD thinking we're charging too much, or us saying that?
No, I think we understand the school district thinks we're charging too much for the services that we render on the election, on our campaign disclosure side. I can't speak for the clerk's office, but as I understand it, on our piece. So that's a discussion area that we really need to get back into, and it may be helpful for this council to help that process along by asking the city attorney's office to work with us closely. We're a small office, but it may be helpful to have the full interest and backbone of the city working with us on that to sort those issues out.
Okay, so a couple of things related then to what you presented is, one, asking the city attorney to work with the CAO and CLA to identify full cost recovery from the LA Unified School District for the responsibilities we are doing, as well as moving forward on those proprietary departments that we provide the services to. And then the third piece would be to ask the department to kind of look at, we wouldn't look at putting back all of your positions, but there may be one or two that you say are critical to the operation, and in the grand scheme of things, it would be important for us to re-engage with that. So to provide to the CAO and CLA, just as a report back, some prioritization of that if we find the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow to help. But I think it is important at a time, as you mentioned, and I gave the same argument when the Comptroller's office was here. This is a time where, unfortunately, there are more corners that are cut and issues that come up for enforcement agencies having to play a larger role than they normally would.
Just one comment, one question. From Mr. Sanchez, I believe he's left, unfortunately, for EAA. As far as my concern for law enforcement function of this department, I actually proposed 2 years ago that the fraud and abuse section, which ended up going to the Comptroller's office instead, be run out of your department, and also last year the Form 700 forms for neighborhood councils, both of which you declined because you didn't want to assume those responsibilities. So I do believe in that function in your department, so unfortunately we don't do that. But just one question I have is, you mentioned that the amount of money used for candidates' matching funds has been adjusted for inflation. Mm-hmm. Yet you've never adjusted over the 15 years the amount of money that a candidate can raise or that they use for expenditures on their committees for inflation. And I would propose to you that you need to take a look at that. I'm never going to be a candidate again, so I'd have no benefit from doing this, public disclosure. But I do believe that the cost of running elections has doubled in the last decade or so. and you need to take a look at the $500 limitation or the limitation of $300,000 that you place on expenditures for those that take matching funds, because $300,000 is an unreasonable amount now for city elections. And I don't know what it is on the citywide elections.
It varies. With the office, it varies.
The what?
It varies with the office.
Yeah, so the citywide, I don't know, what, 1,000? Yeah, but what's the limitation if you take matching funds on how much you can spend? 900?
900
Yeah,
for
you cannot possibly run a $900,000 election for citywide and win. So
The interesting point is always that I learned too is 900,000 for city, for controller, 1.2 for city attorney, and 2.2 for mayor. Same costs are associated with whether you are running for mayor, controller, or city attorney. That they don't give you a discount when you do your mail, or they're saying, oh, you're in the lower part.
Or the attorney you have to hire to file out all the forms, they don't give you any discount, do they?
No, they
Not
don't.
at all. And those and the cost of just complying for a candidate, I don't know what you spent, but I bet it's over $100,000 for compliance alone. So you need to take a look at that. As if you're adjusting the amount of money that you can give, you also need to look at adjusting the amount of money that they can spend, because those cost factors have become exorbitant, quite frankly. So just
We'll make sure to take a look at that.
okay, thank you very much.
How are you?
Fine, thank you.
Good. A couple of things. I'm very much focused on your role, or a role that your office should have with these neighborhood councils, as Mr. Smith was getting at. I had a meeting Saturday with a group of citizens who have different opinions. One is, and if I could ask the Don guy, come on up, because it does play itself with you, that they were looking at a new form called Form 55, which is a bit of a hybrid of what the old Form 52 was, and different than, obviously, Form 54 or 700. I hate to get into numbers here, but for me, it's all about ethics and disclosure. The second discussion that the constituents had with me was a one-pager affidavit that everybody would sign that would basically say if they were involved in something that they could financially benefit from, they would recuse themselves. Okay? This is the issue for me, is land use issues. Okay? We have, each neighborhood council has a land use committee. I frankly think if somebody's a member of that land use committee and the project that comes before them, they could financially benefit from, they need to disclose that. And we need to find a way to do that. I listen to neighborhood councils. They do impact me. They are advisory, and there is a hook. I don't have to take their information or whatever. But if I believe sincerely these are good people trying to figure out what's best in character and scale and fits within community, I want to respect that, and I obviously want that to help me make the right decision that I need to make. So you have a form. Would you discuss what you're doing there with it, and have there been discussions with the Ethics Department about this?
Not formally. Bangwan Kim, Department of Neighborhood Empowerment, not formally with the commission since the council had made its decision on the Form 54, but my commission has been working on trying to reintroduce the idea of the council considering a more streamlined version, which is a Form 55 that has yet to be vetted with the Ethics Commission, but the idea is a two-page sheet which would contain enough information for the council to see exactly where the financial interests are and if there are any conflict of interest issues. The idea being balancing the two principles of public transparency with ease of use.
Please.
Yeah, if I might respond. You know, this is an issue which apparently seems to be gaining some traction in some parts of the city. We are, of course, open to hearing that. But the Commission's view at this point was that we spent a couple of years on this issue. We had some very thorough discussions with a lot of neighborhood council folks, and this council as well. And last we heard, this council spoke. And so if the council is thinking about reconsidering or revisiting that issue, we would be happy to be at the table here and talking and supporting the appropriate balancing of disclosure with transparency with the responsibilities that the neighborhood councils have. But at least until last week, we hadn't seen that there was additional movement on that front. So we stand ready to be engaged in whatever discussions, but sometimes we bring issues to the council and we just simply lose.
Well, that's the democracy at its best, okay?
That's right.
Policymakers, that's their responsibility. You throw them out of office if they don't do it right, or you leave them in if they're doing a good job. Or you try to, at least, on both scores on that. What I'd like is a report back after our discussion last week, have a conversation with ethics on the two things, the proposed or potential value of Form 55, and two, for me, that one-page affidavit that a person would sign. I'd like to give you a copy of it and get your feedback on it that was presented to me by community people. Because it would be my hope that the Ethics Department and Commission would play, obviously, a role in helping us through when we empower neighborhood councils and they get involved in the decision-making. It's not just council file. That's where the land use issue is a big one for me. I think anybody playing around with a land use issue has to vote on that issue. I want to be comfortable to know that they are not going to be benefiting financially from it. They should recuse themselves if they are. By saying it, we'll set some standards out there listening to this, but more importantly, if we can figure out a way as policymakers to address that issue, I think we would be doing a good public service. So if I could ask the two of you to interact on both those issues and report back when you guys report back, just from that level, okay? Thank you so much. The rest of it has been asked. Thank you.
I know that your division is certainly spread thin. My 3 other years on this budget committee, we see the amount of work you are asked to do and with the resources, so you certainly spread yourself thin. And on top of that, we passed Measure L to give you more work that was non-reimbursed, well, hasn't been reimbursed, so certainly we've seen a lot. Now, has there been a lot of work with Measure L in terms of both, how would you quantify the workload related to both advice and responding to questions, etc., versus the enforcement and the enforcement side? How has that, since we passed Measure L, what was it, 2 years ago, maybe? Have we been able to quantify the workload there?
I don't have exact numbers in terms of the breakdown for the advice piece of it. Obviously, with candidates who are running for those seats under the city's campaign laws, people who are contributing or doing independent expenditures in those campaigns. Actually, I think the school district races have seen the most money and the most independent expenditures. So I wish I had an exact number for you, or ballpark. I don't on that front. We know that at the end of the election, we have 4 candidates. Four candidates for school board that will require, under our standards, to be audited. And so, again, it's the campaigns and how much money they've raised, as well as any other campaigns they control. So that's something, again, going forward, we'll be able to track very closely, because we'll know how much time and effort that takes to do those audits. Out of the, how many others do we have for city candidates this year?
We have 19 city candidates.
So 19, so about a quarter, about 20%.
Okay. And I thank you for your work on this. And I don't want to give the impression that we shouldn't have done what we did for Measure L, that we have all these costs now, because I think the benefits of doing that certainly outweigh the cost. Where we could have been a bit more aware of was to say, how are these costs going to be shared, and ensure that we had that agreement up front. We kind of said we were going to do it, and we were in the process, and that came later. But nonetheless, I'm very happy that we did go through this process to implement Measure L, because there was no oversight as to the elections that happened there, and I think it's good for the public to have someone go back and do audits, or if there are complaints, there's a place to go. We didn't have that before, so I think it's a good thing that we did, and we just have to figure out now, and we share in those costs. Would you, any comment on that, or?
No, I agree with you. I think one of the issues that we're facing is precisely at the time that the voters expressed an interest in saying we want the school board candidates' campaigns captured by the same set of rules as people running for elective city office. I'm concerned that the city won't be able to deliver on things like timely audits that we've achieved in the last several years. We have, just for example, in 2007, following that election cycle, we were able to complete our audits, in our mandatory campaign audits, within 10 months of the date we started. And this year, I think, even with the number of campaigns that we'll be auditing, I think with the number of staffing resources we're going to have and the need to juggle those resources, it's likely that we'll eliminate fast-track audits as we know them them today that gets us in that 10-month window. But it could push it back as far as, 2 years before some campaigns audits are resolved. And that's really problematic. Having come so far to backslide, obviously we'll do what we have to do with whatever our resources are, but that's something that that as well as resolving cases that might need to be resolved through an administrative enforcement process, that'll be delayed. And we think that's not really what the voters intended.
Yeah. Well, we certainly want to, as you suggested, find ways to work with the city attorney to work with the school districts that we do have those reimbursed, and we'll be happy to do that however we can. We want to follow up with you on that. For this coming year budget, you have 2 positions that you're adding for enforcement and program operations.
We have no positions we're adding.
No, those are continued.
There are the initial proposal was looking at the deletion of 4 resolution authorities, and these are positions that have been continued year after year. So we've essentially changed the designation of 2 of the positions to regular authorities rather than resolution authorities.
Oh, I see.
If that makes sense.
Okay.
So,
and in terms of cost, what's the effect of that on next year's budget? There's no.
I don't think it has an impact. It's just redesignating the position.
Okay.
Yeah.
And for the 4 positions that are being deleted, that's $380,000. Is that correct?
There's only 6 positions. One is vacant. And initially the 4 resolution was supposed to be cut, but we offer up 4 regular in exchange for, the 2 resolution position, making them regular position.
Okay.
So,
Yeah, so out of the 6 positions, 5 are filled, but it's the 6 positions are being eliminated. Only 1 had been vacant during the year.
Gotcha. Okay. All righty. And in terms of finding sources of revenue for the work you do, we support matching funds through your budget to help those candidates who ask for matching funds. You provide the advice to candidates. You also process our reporting forms. You enforce and audit. Any other major responsibilities you have?
We have several other areas that are not campaign-related, but similar functions for the governmental ethics side of things. There are, as you know, financial disclosure forms that we all as public officials have to file. We work with the city's network of ethics liaisons to do training so that people in the departments can actually help the process, and that's achieved a 99% compliance rate with the state's mandated financial disclosure filings. We also have, of course, mandatory ethics training online for over 6,000 city employees and officials that we're required to do. We also are required to do annual materials and publications to help people understand the law, which we've also tried to keep up with, but that's been affected in the last couple of years. And we also just finally have a lobbying program where, for example, we've had over 3,300 statements come in over the course of the year with registration and disclosure of their activities on an ongoing basis.
And in terms of your, and I'm glad you ended on the lobbying program, that's what I was getting to. In terms of your lobbying program, how much of that is your budget? How much does it cost you to oversee your activities with the lobbying program?
We've essentially had 1 management analyst, 2, around that level of staff, and 1 clerk typist, a senior clerk typist that have run that program. But that undercounts we have an ethics officer, 1 that provides electronic filing programming services to help the electronic filing system run. So traditionally it's been essentially 1 MA2 type of position and 1 clerk typist that have run that program, and that's been a cost recovery program through lobbying registration fees.
So it is a cost recovery through lobbying registration fees?
Yes,
okay.
and our commission, as you may know, is looking at the lobbying ordinance right now, and one of the questions we'll be looking at is do these fees need to be adjusted in any way, given the level of service and work that we're actually putting into that program?
Yes.
So that's something that we'll take a close look at with our commission.
Okay, and that is being looked at. Okay. And aside from the lobbying program, do you have, I'm wondering where else, have you been examining where else you could also do more cost recovery to either re-examine fees, if there are any fees, to get the additional revenue you need to do the work you do?
Again, we have developed an electronic filing system with a lobbying electronic filing system over the years, and that's been something that we have licensed to other jurisdictions, and so we stand at the ready when that suits their needs to be able to provide that service, so that the work that we've done here enables somebody to avoid, recreating the wheel in another jurisdiction. But that's not a steady source of revenue by any stretch. We have late filing fees, and we have our administrative enforcement, but that's not something that we want to bank on for, cost recovery issues or for funding, because we think that it doesn't make sense to essentially be bounty hunters when we're doing enforcement. That's not something. The fines don't come back to us; they come back to the city's general fund. But that's not something that we traditionally have been comfortable, pegging as any kind of target. That doesn't really make sense.
Is there something you wanted to add, or come up here?
No, I understand that Councilman Smith has some questions.
I thought it was in this, okay. Okay, and an idea came up to me that we should probably add a fee to our contracts when people apply for certain contracts in the city to do additional oversight of lobbying in the city, but it sounds like you already have cost recovery for that, and also the Ethics Commission is examining if those fees are appropriate at this time, correct?
I think we'll be taking a close look at that. There are other requirements for contractor disclosure that have never been fully funded or staffed, and they've been problematic to implement. But I actually think that you're hitting on an area that's probably one of the most interesting and challenging out there, which is the intersection of public and private sector ethics folks and where we might be able to support each other. So that may be worth having additional discussions about, but I think there may be some places to consider getting information to people in the contracting world to help them understand the rules of the road as well. And I think many of them would find that probably helpful.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. Just a re-examination, you left before, right after Mr. Rosendahl finished, but this Form 55 and this thing I'm looking at, I don't understand why we're talking about Form 55 or 55A or 59, 57, doesn't matter. The council took an action instructing you to go forward and do something, and why are we talking about another new form when the council's made the decision? I mean, Leanna's right, that their commission's ended it, the discussion's over. Why are we now you looking at another form after we made the decision? It's been up before the council a number of times. Council decided. What is there to discuss? Why is there more? The only thing we left hanging was if there was a conflict of interest that you'd have a resolution process put in, which wasn't done yet. So what is the point of this new form now?
Bangladesh Camp Neighborhood Empowerment, I certainly would understand if the council, that was the final decision that we will implement the policy as the council has decided. My commission and heard from a lot of neighborhood councils that the form that was adopted, 54, would just discourage the filing of neighborhood council files to such a severe extent that they wanted to see if it was possible for the council to reconsider.
Then why aren't they talking to us? I mean, we've made the decision. We looked at all those options. We looked at that. I heard from your commission saying they wanted to do something. They thought we were on the right track. We ordered 54, and now you're talking about 55. Are we going to talk this to death until no one's ever looked at, till someone else defrauds the city in some way? We've had cases of fraud and abuse. We wanted this form done. The council has ordered it, and now you're taking up the discussion all over again?
Like I said, if that's the final decision of the council...
It was. It's not if. It was the final decision. Yeah, please.
I don't always like to disagree with you, but the reason, let me tell you why the reason that, at least I've talked to some of the Dunn commissioners, and an issue that was brought up by one of the ethics commissioners was how close the Form 54, is that the Form 54 is to Form 700, and that there's some legal questions. I don't know if that's true or not, that's just what I've heard, that it is so close to the 700, which was adopted as it couldn't be the same as the 700. And so that's why they were kind of looking at a 55. But I know...
Well, 54 came out of a recommendation that was in Mr. Alarcon's committee. It was kind of the resolution, let's go this way direction. I said all along, I don't care what form you pick, just pick one. And 54 was kind of like, well, this is the best we think we can come up with. So if there's issues, then maybe we need a motion to come back and re-examine that element, the legal question. but not reopen the whole discussion. The council's acted, and the commission has no authority really to change that ruling.
No, and they recognize that in their conversations with me, and I think they may have had some conversations with Mr. Rosendahl. They recognize that this is only that they've had a lot of concerns by people, and I think disclosure is very important, but maybe we can ask for the Ethics Commission and the Dunn Commission to work with the City Attorney's Office to see if there is a legal issue there, and that's and if not, then
what was the legal issue?
The legal issue that was suggested to me was that the Form 54 was very close to the Form 700 or almost identical in their eye, and therefore that was against the policy, which said, and I can't remember if it was state legislation or local ordinance that said it wouldn't be the same as what we have to do on the Form 700. So maybe if we can just get clarification, legal clarification, that would be helpful.
There is no prohibition from us using Form 700. We chose to go to a different form to lighten the load, and I got no problem with that. I just wanted some disclosure. 54 was a lesser form of 700, but even if it was exactly the same as 700, there's no legal prohibition on Form 700. We chose to do that. That was a council decision, not a legal mandate. So I'll be happy to listen to the legal arguments if there are any. I just don't see what they possibly could be. But if you want to instruct the city attorney to look into that and report back, that's fine.
That would be great. That would be great.
All right.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Let me just throw one more thing out. This is the, I think, fourth anniversary of my request to see if we could find a way to create rules and codes of ethics for commissioners. And each time we put that motion in, we keep getting back information that all they have to do is go look at the overall ethics laws and a variety of things. But yet we keep seeing commissioners. We just had one recently get convicted of crimes. We have a couple of recent commissioner that had to resign because of conflict of interest. We see in the newspaper there's at least a couple of commissioners being investigated. I mean, so what my concerns are is that commissioners coming in from private business and private life often aren't attuned to all of these issues of conflict of interest particularly. Some of them even view them as just business opportunities. And unlike city employees that grow up in the system of understanding what conflicts are, I was still asked in that motion, I think it's still in the committee, that the Ethics Commission looks at a way in which we can create a code of conduct for commissioners to explain where they don't have to do all this research. They come in, they fill out these forms, but again, they need a handy guide that tells them specifically what conflict of interest are, that you can't, be a kind of a lobbyist and still be a commissioner, and what lobbying it actually is. Some think that it requires some, formal education. The fact is, if you go to a council member or their staff and basically support a position, is that broadly defined. But all those things, I think, are missing people that are the hundreds of them that get qualified for commission do not have a clue in many of what they may do in their day-to-day job that may create a conflict for themselves in the city.
Might I respond, since this is your fourth request?
The fourth request.
I think your point is well taken, but it also speaks very directly to exactly what we're talking about today. With all due respect, I actually don't believe that creating a code of conduct, as I understand them, which are sort of aspirational statements about what people hope to do, is all that helpful. I think the most important thing we've seen from our experience is giving people what you suggested, specific information in understandable ways at a time when they need to understand it, and a place where they can go to ask questions when those answers aren't obvious.
That's exactly what we've asked now. I mean, we use the word code of conduct or code of ethics not to give them philosophical, spiritual and moral standing. We want to give them something that they can reference.
That's
because
right.
When they're sitting there, we've seen commissioners come into committee meetings representing clients that had come before their committee, and people had to say, you can't do that, and they were shocked. But these are things that I think we have to find what not to do so people can go to it about fundraising, commission decisions, business relationships, all those things to where they can have it at their fingertips to go back and make those references.
And that speaks to when over the last fiscal year, there were 90 appointees to boards and commissions. Our staff talked to, I would guarantee every one of them. We provided them with information. We've talked to them about their pre-confirmation conflict statement. We have our online mandatory ethics training, which is, again, a 2-hour chunk of information to digest. Our hope is to make things more digestible in smaller chunks. And we have a commissioner ethics guide, but I would actually welcome your specific comments and a chance to talk with you in more detail about the information and the way it can be presented so that it is most helpful. I don't think the issue when people inadvertently step over the line is that they didn't have access to information.
But see, I think the dilemma that I have is that you can take that test every 2 years, but you can't reference it except when you take it. And so now I have to commit it to memory, even for myself, to go, all right, I took the test, I went through all the lines, but now if I want to go back and references, how many sources do I have to go back and look at to find out what this point is? And as you know, if you pick up the phone and call your staff, they will tell you very pointedly, don't take my verbal advice as advice.
I disagree. Actually, I don't think that is what they tell you. If you heard that, that was, I'd like to hear more about it.
All right.
No, I think what we're saying, are the same things, which is that you have to have information in the most understandable way and hopefully as relevant as possible and accessible so that people have it when they need it. And that's exactly what we're trying to do. We've been focused on doing that, and we're going to try and do that with all the resources we have in the coming year. It simply looks like that challenge is going to be much greater than it's ever been.
The key is that they have it when they need it, and they're not guessing. And so we'll make our fourth annual request, and if we can sit down and talk about it, we'd appreciate it.
I'd welcome that.
Because when I read these things in the paper, in many instances, people might have ill intent. But on the other hand, if people are falling down the path because they had no reference guide, and we send them to several different places, and they took the ethics material, but they don't have ability to go back on the computer and pull it up again, those are all limiting factors of keeping people out of trouble.
We'll make
to the best of our ability.
With the best of the resources we've got, we'll try and keep doing
So
that.
if we can do that, I'd appreciate it. And before you leave, we have Erica. Oh, Bill, go ahead. While Bill's asking questions, Erica, if you can come up to the center podium and speak.
When I met with some of these neighborhood council people on Saturday, we were also talking about ethics training. And one president of one of the neighborhood councils said, I'm going to get all of them to take that ethics training. And right now, a third of his folks have taken it, and they're going to get it up to 100%. This ethics training, I think, should be a requirement, period. It shouldn't be an optional thing if they're going to be functioning in a neighborhood council. What's your take on the ethics computer test that they can take, how relevant it is, and what's your opinion of making it mandatory for neighborhood council members?
Yeah, neighborhood council board members. For neighborhood council board members?
Yeah.
Yeah, it is mandatory. It is mandatory.
What kind of fines are associated or time frame if they don't do it?
I think that's a larger question. It's not something that's covered under state law. I'd need to follow up with you on that. In terms of neighborhood councils, unless Bongwan has something specifically, but I would rather follow up with you than misspeak on that front. But my impression of the relevance and usefulness of online ethics training is, as it's currently configured, it was meant to cover the broadest range of officials in the city, elected officials from the mayor all the way to every neighborhood council board member in whatever part of the city we're talking about. And so the challenge was to make it a generic enough calling card on ethics, if you will, so that people become familiar with what concepts and what issues are out there. It will never answer every question, but it's meant to sort of flag for people what kinds of issues might arise in their official capacity that they need to seek further advice about. Again, our focus when that process started was to tailor those sections so that they are specific to group, more specific in nature, so that people can go and do a 15-minute session from our website if they need some questions answered. Those issues are still out there, but they have been sacrificed as innovations that are not funded. We simply don't have the resources to provide that level of service at this point. So right now, we will be struggling with in the coming years even to make sure that that 2-hour calling card is updated as it needs to be with changes in state law or city law. And so I wholly support the goals of what I think you're getting at, and those are goals that the Commission has had. We simply can't implement them because we don't have the resources to do it.
Yeah, okay. What was exciting for me was some of the leadership in neighborhood councils want to make it mandatory and enforce it within themselves to do it. I don't think anybody should be sitting on a council or especially a land use committee without the clarity of those ethic rules as a backdrop, frankly. I think it's critical. And I just quickly want to read something into the record and see where it goes. This is a neighborhood council disclosure form. It says, I have participated in required ethic classes in person, online, or by taking either online course or available in neighborhood council board members or an ethics class approved by the city attorney. That's their opening statement that some are suggesting. I'm aware that as a board member of neighborhood council, I'm subject to various state laws and local ordinances dealing with ethical conflicts of interest, including the Political Reform Act. Third line, there's only one more line after the third one. Third one is, I'm aware that because of a perceived financial or personal interest in the subject matter of this board action, it is my obligation either to disclose those possible conflicts or to recuse myself and take no part in the board discussion or action. And here's the last sentence on it. I'm aware that if I have any actual financial or personal conflict of interest in the subject matter of this board action, or if I discover the existence of such conflict during the discussions of this action, or if I receive monetary or in-kind remuneration or gifts from a lobbyist doing business on this matter, it is my obligation to immediately recuse myself and take no part in any discussion or decision-making process involving this matter. I declare this to be true and correct, and then they ask him to sign it. This is a form that I'm just going to give respect to everybody in this process here that community people felt would help. I see it maybe as a step in the right direction, but I'm not 100% clear on this, and I just want to make sure for the record that we put this in the discussion where we go forward on it. You have a copy of this? Tell me about how you got a copy of it. Did that come from the neighborhood council, or?
That was introduced. Bungline Kim Neighborhood Empowerment. I believe that self-affidavit was introduced by one of the neighborhood councils during the council deliberation on the neighborhood council files and the financial disclosure. So that was introduced as one possible way in which the neighborhood councils could publicly disclose all their financial conflict of interest issues.
Okay. I'm not saying if I think it's good or bad, but I'd like you all to look at it and the city attorney's office to look at it as this discussion continues on this matter, okay? And my last point is matching funds. I ran for re-election. I said I would take matching funds because I felt when I said that it's the best part of democracy is that way, so you limit the amount of money you raise. Of course, incumbents basically don't do that because they can raise unlimited monies. Then it came down to the final point in this election process, personally speaking. And I was not clear, since I accepted that potential, though I accepted no matching funds because my opponent did not raise the threshold of $50,000 that would kick it in. So I wasn't getting any matching funds. So the question was, should I debate or am I obligated to debate my opponent? Okay? And I got conflicting lawyers' advice, as usual. So I decided to debate my opponent on an absolutely level playing field. And I reached out through the Argonaut, a great newspaper in my district that communicates to its people, and say, hey, why don't you run a debate? You set up the format, you do it. And I agreed ahead of time. My opponent was thrilled. He had a level playing field, and we had a debate. But it was gray to me as to the matching fund concept. And so I'd like to report back of the clarity on that, so I don't have to hire lawyers, cottage industries, discuss things, when they should be clear enough for us that if we accept matching funds no matter what, these are the rules or not the rules. That's part of my problem with our ethics laws in this city. It requires cottage industries to understand what we're doing. I just wish we could make it simpler, clearer, and ethically, obviously, honest. But I don't like paying lawyers to monitor things for me when I think it should be simple enough for a layperson, and I'm a layperson, I'm not a lawyer, to understand it.
I empathize and understand your perspective on that, and I can say that over the last 5 years, it's been our focus at the Commission to actually staff a group of people who are dedicated to actually reviewing the laws, looking at it, evaluating them collaboratively, and determining based on real objectives what the law should be accomplishing if it's not currently, no matter what we'd like it to accomplish. If it isn't clear, we want to clarify the law, and if it's not strong enough, we want to strengthen it. We want it workable and we want it enforceable. We've had a full staff of 3 people doing that. Unfortunately, again, given the city's budget difficulties, we're looking at losing one of the positions in that area. So it'll be harder for us to do that, but our focus will still be on trying to make the laws as workable and understandable as possible. So we very much support that same concept. It also is going to be impacted, unfortunately, due to our ability to do that will be impacted due to the budget crisis that the city is in.
Well, anyhow, maybe we should make the laws in such a way that people like me can read it and not have to hire a lawyer to explain it to me. And I know that, in particular, I went through this experience on matching funds. It wasn't clear what to do. And so if I erred on the side of doing a debate, which I believe is in everybody's best interest and not. So if we could somehow take a deep breath at the existing body of ethics laws we now have and see how we can make it simple enough for us to understand it without having to invest in other firms to assist us in understanding what we as a city have created as its ethics policies.
The first ordinance you'll see coming forward that tries to take a stab at doing that a bit differently is the lobbying ordinance. We've made some progress in looking at trying to clarify and streamline that, and so that will be something we'd love to get, obviously, love to get and will get your feedback on when it comes to this council.
I look forward to that, and I look forward to this discussion taking place over this that was presented to me Saturday. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Rosendahl here on something that it strikes me, or I talk about quite a bit, which is the need to streamline and make our ethics rules a bit more clear for everyone, because I do often get told that they're difficult to follow. No fault of your own, but the Ethics Commission is examining fees. And they're also examining all rules to recommend a streamlined, more easier to understand rules. So are they just looking to make them easier to understand, or they're also recommending changes, additions? So there's a whole...
Yeah, our first ordinance that we've taken a look at is the lobbying ordinance. We're almost completing a review with our commission of that, and it's looking at the fundamental framework for registration, what should be disclosed, and trying to not just simplify, to make sure that it's strong and clear and workable and enforceable. And our next ordinance that we had planned to take up next year was the governmental ethics ordinance, which is the second of the 3 ordinances that we administer and enforce. And that hasn't been looked at since the early 1990s when it was first written. So we do think that it's very, very important to make sure the laws are clear, are relevant to the changing political climate and the factors that we see emerging. So it's important for us to start that as well, but again, that's something that will probably be delayed a bit because of resource constraints. But our attitude and our focus will be on doing the same thing there. We think we need to get input, we need to look and see what issues, what is the problem we're trying to solve, and how can we best achieve that within the language we have for the city's city officials and employees who are subject to those laws. So we think it's worth looking at, and we hope that we achieve that as we bring the recommendations forward for your consideration.
It's my sense that people want to do the right thing, people want to follow the rules, and I know ignorance of the law is no excuse, but as I've spoken to people, some people are getting enforcement on them when in fact, they were going through this saying, well, somebody told me this and somebody told me that, and it's difficult to cut through this maze of different rules we have, and I think there is a need to better make those clear. When you told you can't go above 35 miles per hour, it's very clear. Here we're telling them different versions of when it is at 35 miles per hour or not, so I think some of those things need to be made clear, but I'm glad the Commission's going through that. Thank you.
Thank you. Before you leave, we have 2 cards. Erica Andrews and Tara Messina. Come up to the middle podium. You have 1 minute.
Council members, my name is Erica Andrew. I'm a management analyst. I'm a proposed card for the department. I have served the City Ethics Commission as an auditor / investigator / paralegal. As you can hear, we are severely underfunded. Many of us juggle many positions in order to provide service. Yet, there is a proposed cut of 22% staff. Cutting our positions will have a tremendous impact in our co-workers, as they will have to perform even more functions, not allowing them to concentrate in their core duties. The global effect of slowing down the level of service provided by our commission will be felt alike by candidates, elected officials, city employees, retired city employees, and more important, the public, who has entrusted us with guaranteeing that money will not unfairly influence the political system, whether coming in the form of bribes, abuse of position, pay to play, or any other illegal scheme. Thank you.
Thank you. Tara?
Good afternoon, council members. I too am also in a position where it is proposed to be cut, and I just come before you today to ask that you do reconsider these cuts. It would be tremendously difficult for the staff of the Ethics Commission to continue doing what they do and the added responsibilities. So I really hope that you consider this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions from the committee? Let me say thank you for your information, and we'll move to the next item on the agenda. Just so those who are working on their calendars, it is our intent to recess this committee at 2 o'clock, and anything that we do not address in the miscellaneous will add to tomorrow's calendar. And we'd ask that the CAO again on the memos that we have, I think the first 20, most of them are informational, and so we find no need to come back on those, but all of the memos that we can get this evening, we'd appreciate it, so we can be prepared tomorrow to go through as many as we have and make decisions on those, particular emphasis on those that impact the budget as opposed to those that are informational. And so that would be the game plan for today, but we'd like to go through the miscellaneous reports, and I mentioned if we can, some of them we've dealt with during the presentations by departments, and so they'd be very quickly to run through, but I would not like these reports to be approved and we've not at least had the ability to address them. So if we can start, I think it's like page 800 plus, and just walk through each one of those, and each committee member, if you have some questions, we can address them.
Sure. I think we already talked about city employees, retired basic lacers, fire and police pension. We talked about convention center. We talked a little bit about the bids this morning with city clerk. And so I think the next one is cap finance.
Okay, yeah,
and that's on page 833.
833.
Yes.
Okay, just for the committee that's starting on page 825 with the city retirement fund, and Ray went through quickly the second pension fund, but just so if there's any questions before we get through the miscellaneous reports. So if there are none on the first four, we can start on page 833 on the Capital Finance Administration Fund.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Mario Vasquez with the City Administrative Officer. As you mentioned, the Capital Finance Administration Fund can be found on page 833 of Volume 2 of the detailed department programs. And the fund does consolidate long-term city debt financing expenditures. The budget totals $208.5 million, a 23% increase from the current fiscal year. And this increase is due mainly to the debt service obligations on several recently completed bond issuances, including the convention center refunding that eliminated the variable rate debt. And additionally, the general administration account was increased by $3 million to reflect the expected costs associated with the proposed public-private partnership. And the $3 million is proposed to be repaid from revenues in the Special Parking Revenue Fund.
Okay, let me ask, the name Capital Finance, this is what we generally refer to as MICOLA. Is that right?
This is the debt service,
Okay.
yes.
Let me just ask, the one thing that, and I think we've talked about it in general when we have Mikola financing, the question we always ask is where does it put us as far as our debt percentage or our debt policy? And we generally get a figure that we've not maximized it or we're not close. The dilemma I have is that for this 1 year, we jumped, and I think it also identifies in the Fitch report about our financial status, is that we jumped 23% with these incremental type of decisions. And for me, it would appear that it would be in our interest that in addition to having the debt policy, that we also have a maximum per year, or as Mr. Smith calls us, smoothing over 3 years or something, to where we're not jumping the 28% and then find out we've created 30-year debt out there that we're going to pay for, and this one, and probably the last thing we need to do in reality in a financial crisis is to go into more debt that we could ill afford. And so I would like to see, as we look at this Mikola fund, that in addition to the debt policy that we have, and I forget what it is it 5% or?
The 6%.
6%.
Voter approved.
That we also create an annual so that we can look at it to where we would max out at a certain percentage in any given year, because a 23% jump, I don't think any of us, even with all of the incremental decisions we made, had any idea that we were 23% over last year. So I think we need to have some form of a guide per year, and in years that we don't use it, we could have that guide give us over a 3-year average or something to where we get a better sense of what we're doing year to year.
I understand. And I think one of the things I'd like to point out, if you flip the page on 834, we do go out for the next 4 years what our projection is on the debt service. And I think one of the things that I wanted to sort of quickly highlight, there are some changes and some increases for next year. As you have pointed out, that huge increase going forward. You do see some debt service on the the police headquarters building. We also had the refunding for the convention center that contributed to a large increase. We also had the Mikolas in sort of the middle page there, the 2007 and 8 capital equipment and real property, those contributed to the increase, as well as down below on that chart we had the in-car video and the police radios have contributed to the increase.
The in-car video, that's for the South Bureau that's currently being installed, or is that for the...
This is basically Phase 2.
Phase 2, okay.
With Phase 2, yes.
All right. Yeah. Okay.
Now, one of the things, we understand your concern, and certainly if we look at Mikola, and in our little book that we provide on page 157, we do provide for the 3 years comparison to Mikola authorization funding. And if you look at 2007-8, there was an authorization of $159 million that jumped to $169, and certainly for proposed...
What page in your book?
157.
Okay.
The authorization for 2009-10 is now under $100 million at roughly $98 million. We have been concerned about the increase in the Mikola authorization, and so we had proposed to bring this down, to start looking and start planning on the out years, knowing that we're going to have some concerns. Certainly with the Fitch rating, I did have a conference call with them roughly about a week ago, and unfortunately it was not a very good conversation. And I think we have to be prepared as a city that we may be potentially downgraded sometime next year.
Yeah. See, and I think what was the most alarming, because it's self-generated, but one of the most alarming comments they made in their review was the fact that we knew our allocations were going down, we knew our revenue was going down, but when they plugged in the debt increase was significant, it was the first real clue when we dealt with these incremental 4 million here, 5 million here, 3 million here, that all of a sudden cumulatively we're up 23%. And so we really need to see, in addition to what was already established several years ago, we need to look at the annual max or cap, and then what do you look at over a 3-year period, as you've done in your book.
I was just going to ask a question. Does our debt level increase with the GAN limitations automatically, so that if you get to a year where your money is down, the percentage of debt goes up?
We actually match the non-voter proof to 6% against our revenue.
So it's against revenue, not GAN.
Yeah.
So we're always okay with GAN no matter what it is, but the debt, okay.
Yeah.
Any questions on it?
And I know this is, how far away are we again from our debt capacity, or what our goal is in terms of where we are now?
Well, right now, for next year, we project to be just under 5%, and our total capacity is basically 6%. I think what's the issue that we were seeing is actually the debt service that we had to pay. We had a huge increase from the current year till next year.
Is that the main reason why you suspect we may be downgraded next year? Is the huge increase, a one-time huge increase? Because we're below our capacity. Why would we, what other factors are making you think we may be downgraded?
The other factors are simply the revenue. We're actually seeing some significant increases in our revenues, and it also has to do with our being, as a city, being able to adjust for those revenues and present a balanced budget both next year but also in the out years. And that's of a real big concern to the rating agencies right now.
So they rate us on our debt and our capacity, but really to look at other factors to determine whether we will be able to pay back that debt, and that's really what the downgrade will be. And they're concerned about how big our deficit may be for next year, amongst other
Certainly, if once the budget gets adopted and approved, if there's significant number of one-times or other things in there, that's one of the many factors that they'll take a look at.
Okay. And during the Rec and Parks discussion, the general manager for Rec and Parks said that if we are to acquire land for park purposes or open space, right now would be the time to do it because of land prices are low. Where the funding other than MICLA is available for that type of acquisition?
Depending on their number, depends on the piece of property and the uses. Certainly, we have purchased some property, I think, through 12 and 40. Whether we do some sort of a GO bond, general obligation bond, there's a number of different potentially pots.
Okay, and I just raised that because, well, we are in a crisis. There is an opportunity, as was mentioned, to get more park and open space in those areas of the city that are deprived of such areas, and that there is a huge need for them. So we have to balance those two interests, I think. And as we move forward, I know there were some opportunities in Northeast LA that we may want to keep in mind and we should discuss further as we move forward. Thank you.
Bill? A couple of questions. From what I'm told, there's $3,250,000 provided for the public-private partnership for the city's parking assets. Is that true? Is that part of that?
I'm sorry, that number again?
$3,250,000 has been provided for the public-private partnership for the city's parking assets.
It's actually $3 million.
Okay, so $3 million...
That account had $250,000. We added $3 million for the public-private partnership, correct?
Okay. It looks like a lot of money, especially at this moment. Can you break this down for us, showing us who's getting how much and how much of this is going to consultants? Some kind of a breakdown of that?
There are estimates, but the monies will be repaid from the Special Parking Revenue Fund, so the general fund will not be liable for it. But
it doesn't matter, it's money.
Correct. Type of expenses would be for financial advisors, parking consultants, and transaction attorneys. We do not have an exact breakdown. It's an estimated amount at this point.
Well, could you get us a breakdown of some sort so we understand? Because money is money, and special parking funds is the same green dollar as anything else.
On that, we just approved, $500,000 for a study. Now, on what you've allocated, is that money intended to be spent for something before the council approves whether they're going in that direction? Or is this money held in abeyance to be spent only after the council approves?
In essence, the amount that you approved for this year, it's $500,000. That is for those studies to go forward before you've actually approved sort of the concession agreement. So those are basically, we need the money now to start looking at the structures and the meters and to bring the financial advisors on board, looking at the feasibility of moving forward one way or the other. It's basically accumulating the information.
Is that the $500,000 or the $3 million?
It's the $500,000 for the current year, but also the $3 million for next year.
Okay, but I mean, we will make a decision whether we're going in that direction well before we spend this $3 million?
Most likely not. Though the sooner you make a decision, the better. But basically, we need to get that information before we can provide you with a good analysis of one way or the other.
Okay. But the $500,000 study will not be done prior to you expending the $3 million?
Basically, we need the $500,000 to get started this year.
Okay.
And so we'll need the $3 million for next year to continue that information.
And when do we expect the $500,000 study to be completed?
I think we assumed that basically the $500,000 was part of the $3 million. That's going to be part of the larger bill to complete the studies and to bring the financial advisors on board.
I think maybe something got missed in translation, because I think Mr. Smith brought up whether we should even spend $500,000, and I think most of us approved that thinking the $500,000 study would give us the information before we would have to make a approval or before we spend other money. And if now you're telling us it's really a $3.5 million study, then I think most of us missed that.
Thank you, Mr. Park, for enlarging on my question there. The second question I have is there is also $23 million provided for Rec and Park, the replacement pools. Is that true? $23 million?
That's actually part of the CIP, yes, that we're proposing the MICLA financing for 3 pools.
Okay, and obviously the bingo question for me is which pools are being replaced and how were they selected?
I'll let Maria answer that question, but basically we have 3 pools that had already completed design, if I'm not mistaken. It's Lincoln, it's Costello, and 109th Street Park.
And I see Mike Schul coming up, and the chair has been opened up for him. Maybe he can help us a little more on that. The criteria used and the decision-making process in the $23 million are a Rec and Park issue.
Yeah, Mike Shaw with Recreation and Parks. The 3 pools are Lincoln, Costello, and 109th. They were chosen by a number of criteria that was pulled out of the 2006 pool assessment report that we completed. All of them infrastructurally were in very poor condition. So, I mean, infrastructure was one issue with all 3 of those pools, as well as we looked at the attendance records, which helped gauge the priority of where we wanted to focus, as well as demographics. And the 2 demographics that we used were the youth in the area within a 1 and 2 mile radius, which is essentially youth under the age of 18, as well as families with children in poverty in those areas. So we used a lot of different criteria to kind of gauge how we would focus our priorities, and these 3 were 3 of the top 4 of all the city pools that met the highest planning guide for us for replacement.
Great, and I appreciate that, and I want to do a shout-out to Rec and Park, as also to other city departments, as well as LAUSD, when we refigured and cleaned up the Venice pool. instead of shutting it down for a million years and all this other kind of stuff, we actually fixed it, record-breaking time, kids are back in there swimming. To me, a pool is a total prevention, intervention strategy, and obviously great. So I just want to acknowledge everybody's coordination on that. Please.
Yeah, I wanted to add that these 3 pools are fully designed. They were deferred last year due to our budget constraints, and they're ready to go into construction immediately.
Great, I think
They
that's
don't qualify, unfortunately, for the stimulus funding, but because swimming pools were not, were exempted from that, but they're ready to go now.
Great, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Mr. Chair, I just wanted to point out that on page 843 and 844, that's a complete list of the projects that are planned to be MICLA financed in 09-10.
Thank you. Anything else, Bill? Okay, Jose? You got anything else, right? Okay, on that fund, I'd like to move that $3 million for that continued study until we bring it back before Budget and Finance for a more thorough evaluation, because I think we put that in the UB, because I think the issue is, at least from, I think, the discussion and what everybody thought they were approving was a $500,000 study that would give us insight as to our next move, not a $3.5 million study. So if we can do that on the items on the Capital Finance Administrative Fund.
Yep. And we'll be happy to actually report back. I was discussing with Patty. We need to make sure we're providing updates as far as on that process, and certainly it involves your offices.
But I think we owe the council some review as to what it's really going to cost before we move beyond the $500,000.
We apologize for not making that clear.
Well, it probably was a footnote. Okay, next one is capital...
is the CIEP?
Yes. Let me just ask the question. In the second paragraph of the report, we talk about our 1% policy as it relates to infrastructure, and we hit less than 0.5% this year. What I was wondering, when we account for this percentage, is this just general fund money, or do we also account for the bond funds and a variety of other funding mechanisms that also address our infrastructure?
The policy that's been adopted just counts the general fund.
General fund. Do we have a figure as to Prop A, 1B, and all that?
Not at this time, we don't. We know that the general fund is 0.21.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay. If we could ask in the future that when we address that point, that percentage, or trying to reach the 1%, that we give a general fund, but we also, in some fashion, be able to extract what are our bond fund impacts, because many of those bond funds we're putting matching our front money into them to cause them to occur, so that we can have a broader view of what we're doing for infrastructure, that maybe 1% is general fund, but the number may jump significantly when we look at all of the other types of fundings that come our way.
Right. The other thing that it doesn't include that also is closely related to this is the MICLA funding for our capital projects.
Okay, those are the type of things we need for the larger picture of what infrastructure is, and then, but we do need it separated to know what general fund is, but MICLA and everything else should also be identified so we get the broader picture of it.
We will do that.
Okay, thank you. Anything? On 849. CIPU.
Do we do all CIEP or just that one page?
The whole thing.
Okay, I have a question. On 855, Section 2, Category 2, contaminated soil removal, 1.8 million. And then on the next page, 1.2 is lead remediation at Chatsworth Park. We have a DTSC ruling that we have to clean up Chatsworth Park. The beginning of the process is the 300,000, but they're estimating is upwards of 5 million. What is in the 1.8 million in contaminated soil removal now?
The $1.8 million, it's a citywide account, and Geotech Bureau of Engineering uses it for assessment, remediation, and monitoring of contaminated sites citywide. None of this funding is specifically allocated for the Chatsworth Park.
Okay, but what about the 1.8 million? What is
The
there?
1.8, that's the citywide. That does not include any money for Chatsworth.
Yeah, no, I understand that.
The
I'm saying, what is
300,000
in the 1.8 now? Are the projects now eating that up?
We have a listing of projects. I'd have to get back to you on that.
So, but there is a list for the 1.865?
Yes, it's a
That,
list.
that amount is an exact amount for what's hanging out there now?
It's an exact amount. There's maybe 200,000 that would be contingency, but
Okay.
it's an exact amount of sites that we're monitoring, sites that we're implementing mitigation measures at, and other sites
Okay,
that
so
we're
when we
assessing.
come back later in the year with a price tag on Chatsworth Park, then we'll have to go back and find the funding for that at that time.
That's correct.
And the danger of that is you don't get to postpone those projects until later years when it's a DTSC ruling.
Right. We can't postpone the work on the projects that the $1.8 million encompasses either.
Okay, so those are also under...
They're all mandated.
Very good. All right,
Right.
thank you.
There's about $138,000 used in Quimby funds. What does, since we're going for, we have about $900,000 in MICLA, why do we then fall back and get $138,000 in Quimby as opposed to just getting it all MICLA funds?
Yeah.
Originally, this project was funded with MICLA funding for design. Last year, it was deferred. It was one of 8 projects that were deferred. We look at Quimby, we look at state bond funds, any other funding to make up the shortfall. We could only identify the $138,000 for Quimby. Now that it's going to construction, the balance is now needed from MICLA so that we can move forward with the project. So we...
I see. So in terms of the types of money that we could have a bigger bang, the best and appropriate use of dollars, shouldn't we just put it all MICLA as opposed to Quimby and just have Quimby go to something else in the area?
That would be a policy decision. For any project that we recommend, we look at every source of funds so that we can reduce the general fund, which is the MICLA component.
Can I have a report back on the appropriateness of adding those $138,000 Quimby funds to the MICLA funding, and if that's possible to do? Thank you.
New face, I think we have one new face, right? Yeah, okay. In the physical plant budget, there is a funding in the amount of $388,000 for 2 flood control projects. What are those projects? Where are they? Explain.
You're referring to the stormwater projects, the SPA-funded ones?
It says in the physical plant budget, there is funding in the amount of $388,000 for 2 flood control projects.
Okay, those are the SPA-funded project. One is an ongoing line item for maintenance hole resetting when we do resurfacing work. The other one is for Gavanza Park, and that project, we're going to get reimbursement at 100%.
Very good. Thank you. Appreciate that. Next question. There is also local transportation fund financing of $7.66 million for the design and construction of the city bikeway projects. We're so much aware of bikes, again, as recently as last Friday. Do you have any specifics on these projects?
There is a transportation development account report that was released very recently. The transportation local funds is based on applying for it, so the project list will be determined at that time. This current year, we have not applied for our allocation, so that $7 million is a combination of 2 years' worth.
So would it be helpful, especially when the bike community keeps asking us where things are and where they're not and what's going up and what hasn't gone up and all that kind of stuff, that you could get us some specifics on what we're looking at for the $7,066,000?
Yeah, we'll ask DOT for that list.
Okay, because it says design and construction of the city bikeway projects, and I'd like to get a little more flesh out as to what we're really talking about, so we can share it with the bicycling community. Okay, thank you.
Let me just ask,
I know I'm sorry, I stepped out for a moment, so I missed the MICLA conversation, but it relates to others. I know, and I'm the beneficiary of one of these, there are a number of MICLA projects where we have committed early funding, and there's long-term commitments as part of that early funding. I'll give you the one I'm thinking of in my district is my senior project, which we've begun construction and so forth, but we don't go out, and it's in the other book, Daniel, whatever the other book you handed to me, in the proposed budget, it has the senior center. But if we had to have a list of all of the MICLA projects, those that we're paying debt on, those that we are really committed to in the future, and I think, Mr. Parks, that's going when you look at your 23%, why we're increasing. Part of it is we make commitments for a small amount of money, which engage us for a long time, for a larger amount of money, and you never have the true picture about what we're committing to, and that may be why we get to that 23%, because, again, using my own example of my senior center, the $16 million that's coming forward, we are not going out, and that's on page 157 of the supporting information for the budget and finance. I don't know if it is possible, and I think I've asked this question before, really, which is to get that true picture of MICLA, which is what we have, what debt we've incurred, but what debt we actually are incurring over the future. It's a lot larger than you would assume, and it's not, we don't make the decisions, I think, based on the true picture. I don't know how to solve that. I don't know how we can get a report that specifically, it may not be, for a CAO report today, in the next few days, but in a larger picture, really nice to know what we've committed to in the future. I know, for example, in
almost $2 billion.
Almost $2 billion. Okay.
Councilmember, and what you're also asking is, when will we be finished paying the debt service on that $2 billion?
Yeah. I want a big...
Other than just a 3-year snapshot.
And just a 3-year snapshot. Right. Because it limits us going forward, and there's some, again, decisions that may have been made in purchasing some land for a constituent center somewhere that we may never have the money necessarily to operate it, build it, whatever, but we bought it. I just don't think we have a good picture of where we are on MICLA. So maybe you can help me figure out how we have a report or document that talks about the $2 billion commitment we've made and where we are. Can we work on that together? Okay.
Yes, we can.
One thing, and I don't know if it fits identically, but at MTA, as they go through their budget, the one term that they use that we don't use, they have always a term of life of project. So you may put $500,000 in this year, but they give you a life of project figure that says by the time this is finished, it's going to cost $10 million. And it's a matter of being able to know that your commitment of the initial dollar amount is going to lead into significantly more money, and it may be something that we can adopt here to give a better sense. And I think we've talked about it on our personnel issues, where we often get real involved in the dollar figure for salary, but because the medical cost is separate and the pension costs are separate, we often do not get a sense of what that body really costs. And I think that's the kind of thing that gives a much clearer picture of our long-term investment. But again, we may look at where we can talk about life of project costs as well as our incremental costs. Okay. All right, and then, let me ask one thing, just so we're all aware, and again, on, where's that page, Greg, 863. We just need to make sure that we all understand on the commitment to the LA River, that we're basically saying in that page that we've made a commitment of $64 million for 910 and an overall commitment of $1.0 billion? Is that?
Yes.
And where are those funds going to come from, and how do we identify the funds for the $64 million this year?
This is an informational page. All of the projects are funded either in Prop O, Prop Q, Prop F, anything that's within the apron of the LA River revitalization scope.
So
it's not additional monies.
These are not general fund, but they're identified in bond funds as it relates to the priorities we've set for this coming $64 million.
That's correct.
Okay. And then that $1.0 billion is over what time span?
25? It's about a 25-year program.
It's a 25-year?
And is there enough bond money in all those bonds to pay that kind of indebtedness? Because I don't think there is.
I'd have to get back to you, but I believe that most of the projects that are in here are already approved line items under one of our general obligation bond programs, including seismic. There's a fire station in here. There's a lot of Prop O projects.
So you're saying that there are many projects that are not related to the river?
All of the dollars that are listed here are projects that, they are for projects that have been proposed. Some of them are actually concept projects. Funding is coming from a number of places, including the bonds, but also water and power, MTA, and outside of the city. But these are things that the city is undertaking. Not all of the dollars have been committed yet.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Well, if I understand...
if you look at starting at page 865 and it takes you through 868, it actually breaks down that $1 billion number.
Okay.
This is a great... Okay, it's just very technical. It has code words in here about what these projects are, so I'll take a look at it if we need additional information.
We have to swear you to secrecy.
All right, so we'll move that, and again, we wanted to go through this so that everybody knows exactly what is being funded, and if there's need of additional information, we certainly have the ability to ask for it during the budget process. Next item.
And actually, just to clarify, do you have any more questions on the fiscal plan or gas tax? We're all good there?
Now, which page are we referencing?
Well, it's part of the CIEP, but I just want to make sure that we've addressed all your questions there.
Now, the gas tax, I mean, we've not heard any new information on them releasing any more money, right?
No.
All right, so we're basically, many of the projects are on hold if they're depending on gas tax.
Well, we have the street miles.
Well, in gas tax, we have projects that's been deferred. In your schedule, there's a line item, about $10.7 million. It could be used in three ways when we approach it. First, if we don't, for whatever reason, get the repayment from the state this year, it can help us deal with that shortfall in revenue. The second thing is on your stimulus money, since it's done on a reimbursement basis, we will have to come up with funding. This is one place to look for it. That would be a natural fit. The third is the deferred projects, updating the status of them, and if the money is available, taking some of them off the defer list and moving it forward.
Now, are these funds that we would depend on, I think we had 25 projects that we moved forward and used general fund money? So would we be able to recapture that general fund money if this money comes in?
I'm not familiar with the 25 projects you're referring to.
What was that? We looked at projects and we fronted because we didn't get our bond money from the state, we fronted several $1 million.
Are you referring to the Prop 12 and 40? Yeah. Yeah, those are the recreation center projects.
Now, where would we repay ourselves if those funds are forthcoming just from those bonds when they release them?
Yes, yep.
Now, the comments you made about the three options, are they in the document that we're referencing?
The three options is on Schedule 5, and they're footnoted there for you. Schedule 5 is... page 218 of your budget book.
And that's our gray book?
Yeah, that's the grayish colored book.
Okay. Any questions on the capital improvement expenditure program? We can move on from that, and if there's other questions, we'll deal with it at a future meeting.
All right, do you have any questions on the wastewater CIEP, starting on page 873?
I don't have any. Anybody has any questions on the fund on 873?
No.
Bill? Yep.
I have two questions. No, we've done this one.
Wastewater. There's three categories, not by wastewater. Yeah, but not the wastewater.
Yeah, we don't have any questions on this one. Thank you.
Okay, we'll move from that one.
Okay, let's see. We did matching fund. I think we already talked about the EOF with emergency management.
Yes.
So let's go to the general city purposes budget, beginning 883.
Let me just ask one thing. We have about 15 minutes. Could we hold that to tomorrow and go through the other funds that we can get rid of and start the morning off with this one?
Let's see, what else we have here?
And then we could use, because we're going to need more than 15 minutes to deal with GCP.
Let's see, housing we took care of. We took care of HRB, we did Measure R, none. Prop A, Prop C, I'm sorry.
Tran, that wouldn't take long.
Well, let me ask, on the human resources benefit, would any of those numbers change significantly on the contemplated drop in personnel with layoffs and things of that nature? Not on furloughs or things like that, but on loss or layoffs. Do we have a figure of what that number may drop depending on numbers of layoffs?
I think basically once we have a sense of the number of positions and bodies that will be off the payroll, then we would be able to go back and recalculate.
Right. Would they have a figure that could give us per 100, per 500, per 1,000, that you'd have some idea what that may drop?
We actually, in our booklet, we do provide the add-delete rates, and there is a figure that's provided, and I apologize because I don't recall what that number is offhand, for medical.
Okay, what page is that a reference to?
Page 136, basically, the civilian flex, it's $9,000 per person.
9 per person. Okay. All right, we can go on to the next one then.
Okay. See, we've already talked about solid waste, parking, 911, special police communications on page 933.
This is essentially debt service.
Yeah, this is essentially the debt service for the 911. Okay, if there's no questions there, we would go to the unappropriated balance. You want to hold off on that tomorrow? Do you want to?
I think, what page are you on UB?
I'm now at 947.
I think we can go through UB because don't think there's a lot of questions, but just a few. I'd just like to ask, and we're dealing with 947, in looking at the comparison 0809, the issue on the revenue for petroleum, do we feel comfortable with that $4 million figure?
Yes.
And then the other one on outside counsels, number 12. With the change that we made last year, and we were told by the city attorney of almost all of the cases are now in-house, should we expect a larger reduction in the outside counsel account, particularly those dealing with workers' comp?
What's that? I think we were under the assumption that 3.7 is good.
Okay. Could we ask, just to follow up, ask the city attorney on that outside counsel, because they gave us some fairly glowing numbers. I think all of Ms. Haley, come on up here then. Because I think they said all but, a couple hundred cases were now in-house.
You're addressing, Councilman, workers' comp? The workers' comp?
Workers' comp.
Yes, all of the conflict matters under workers' comp will continue to have to go out, and Haley, outside counsel, city attorney's office.
That's conflict, but I thought we also brought in all new cases on workers' comp, including sworn and civilian, and we went through several hundred that we basically brought in-house and sent some back.
That's true.
Okay.
What we did for this fiscal year is to continue to have outside counsel represent us in those that were already sent out. And we did not send out any new cases to outside counsel, and are hopeful that can continue, but depending on how many come in, after this fiscal year, they still may need to send some of the...
Okay, we understand conflict counsel, but could you look at that and give us maybe a better assessment of what impact we made on workers' comp outside counsel, and whether we can reduce that number anymore?
We'd be happy to do that.
Dollar number.
Certainly.
Okay.
We'll report back on that.
Thank you. Any other questions on UB?
We had included the other day the two neighbor prosecutor positions. That's not shown obviously on the printed document, but I just want to make sure it doesn't slip anyone's mind. And we requested in the UB those two positions for the Olympic and Topanga stations, so don't forget that.
Mr. Parks,
go ahead.
Getting through this process, funds and substitute authorities be moved to UB, so we would see that in a report back, or
we should see that on the CLA's report on the judgments we made, because it was too late after the printed document. Right. Okay. We should see a variety of those things in the UB as our discussions.
And we obviously may still have a lot more to move into the UB as we get into corrected motions later, but
okay.
I think we will.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Haley. And then also, we made a comment earlier on this new technical investigative division, that we want to make sure that we get a full report on that, and also the ability to look at city facilities before we jump off to a $20-some-odd million purchase. So that we want to make sure, this is the one, number 11.
11, okay, new police facilities, yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is the third lab?
Yes.
Okay. But we'd already asked for a report back on that on a previous discussion.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any other questions on UB? Okay, we can go to the next.
Okay, so then that should take us, so that we were talking about water and electricity. I think it takes us to the trans. This is the tax and revenue anticipation note.
Okay, and that's 951.
951, that's correct. This includes basically the payments for the pension system, and then also for lacers, and then also this assumes a $400 million cash flow borrowing.
Okay. Also, just for our awareness, these fees or figures are based on our payroll from a year ago, not this upcoming payroll?
It's the contribution rate for those are based on the actual study completed as of June 2008.
Okay.
But we take those percentages and apply them to the estimated payroll for next year.
So again, we could end up, by the time we figure out what the overall city TO is, we've already made this transaction.
Well, if your committee decides to reduce positions and salaries, then there could potentially be savings in our payments to lacers and pensions.
So we would know that before you had to make that trans?
Yes.
Okay. Any other questions on trans?
Yeah, on the trans, if you could report back to us, I think, on Plan B, in the event our credit is reassigned downward, the trend becomes more iffy or harder to get, what would be Plan B?
Let's hope we don't have to go to Plan B, because it'd be pretty, not very good. Certainly on our pension retirement, we can go back and pay those payments per payroll period, but when it comes to cash flow, that's a very, very big concern.
Yeah, if we don't have a TRAN and we don't have a Plan B, then we get down to certain parts of the year like August and we have no cash. Then what do we do?
Yes, we at this point, that's part of the reason why I'm keeping some money in the reserve fund. Hopefully the controller will have monies to borrow from other special funds. But as you mentioned, come August, if we're not, August, maybe September, if we're not able to do a cash flow,
the reserve fund would cover what, 2 payroll periods at the most? Yeah, so we're in really deep trouble.
Yes.
So I think we need to kind of scope that out and have those, at least have that in the back of our mind.
Believe me, we have.
I'm sure you're not sleeping easy, but I'm not sure the rest of the city council understands.
Yeah. In fact, that was one of the things we asked in our original comments about cash flow and accurate projections. That we need that very clear as we move forward as to just what some of these issues how they will impact our cash flow, because they're as dangerous as to, in the sense of us paying our bills and paying our allocations, as it's to have a droppage in revenue. So
I agree. We'll work with the controller looking at the cash flow. Certainly, come July 1st, whatever we can do to reduce our salary base sort of relieves us from that issue.
Okay. Any questions on trans? You had something? Okay. I don't think we went through this, is number 943 on the telecommunication.
We can go back to it. I think we discussed part of that with the ITA.
Okay. Let me just ask, on one of the things I think that keeps coming back to us with ITGS is that we go through the 60-40 split and then we sweep part of the 40. And there's really never an explanation.
Great job.
There's never an explanation of why the department hasn't spent the 40%, and particularly looking at these current issues of PEG and what the new law has impacted us on. And so I think that's going to be a real consideration of what and how that 40% should be used, and should the department be maximizing its use with all of these considerations about PEG and other issues.
Okay.
Mr. Weissman has put in for public.
Okay. Let me just double check and make sure that we've done stuff.
I think that leaves GCP, and then also if you want to have the reserve fund discussion.
Yes, reserve fund we can go through. While you're looking up there, and that's in the gray book, let me ask, we have 3 cards dealing with trans. Mr. McQuiston, we're going to do GCP. Mr. McQuiston, we're going to do GCP tomorrow, but trans, we have 2 cards, one Dr. Wiseman and also Mr. McQuiston.
Jim McQuiston. In my first statement of last Monday, I questioned why the TRAN maximum was raised so high. It seemed to me that if you kept it, since the budget is pretty close to what it was last year, it seemed without further discussion, we ought to keep the TRAN maximum cap, let's say, pretty low, and then if they want more TRAN later, they can always come and we can make an adjustment, but that way you can keep their fingers on the skillet more or less, and they'll really have to come up with some realistic figures rather than just estimates.
Okay. One thing, and Ray, correct me if I'm wrong, but what drives the TRAN primarily is our pension payments, which we get a discount on, and also our medical. So I don't know whether, unless we reduce the number of employees significantly, those figures are pretty well set.
That's correct. Basically, the three things that drive the TRANs is our payment to pensions, payment to lacers, and also the cash flow. We've basically are assuming a $400 million cash flow, while last year was, I want to say, only $350. The lacers payment is more or less the same, but our payment to pensions for next year is increasing based on the increased rate.
So the two pensions and our cash flow is what drives the TRAN. Okay, we're now on reserve fund?
Yep.
And that's in the gray book, 284?
284, yes. Go ahead and go through this a little bit.
This is Elizabeth Lee of the CAO's office.
Yes, why don't you just give us a thumbnail where we're going to end up this year and how it fits into our percentage that our goal.
Yeah, we estimate that the 2008-09 reserve fund will end at approximately $210 million with reappropriations and return of the unfunded expenditure loans and reappropriations. We expect that the reserve fund in July 1 will be at approximately $189 million. That will be approximately 4.25% of the general fund budget. And we will set aside $122 million in contingency, in the emergency reserve, that is at 2.75%, with $66 million in the contingency reserve, a balance of about 1.5% of the general fund budget.
And what was our overall goal? We were reaching for 5?
We're trying to get to 5, yes.
Okay. Let me ask one thing, and this is something that also was commented on with the, be right with you, but Doctor, just a second, to get this reserve fund, that was discussed on the financial report about our lack of a rainy day fund. And I'm asked earlier in one of the sessions whether we had the ability in this reserve fund that will end the year at 210, whether we can add a third element of, and not for lack of a better term, the rainy day fund, so that it could be accounted for, and whether within that 210 million, whether we could put a modest amount of money in that with the definition, I think that was created by Mr. Smith during last budget process, that we can then know what our reserve fund, our rainy day fund, our emergency and contingency fund, all as we discussed the reserve fund. And again, it would be not that we would then use a modest amount of money, just like an opening of that account from the contingency fund, that would all be within the 210 or the 189.
I think one of the things as we go forward, we discuss that, and certainly we can sort of put a name on a rainy day account or what have you. One of the things that perhaps we should do on a go-forward basis, if for whatever reason, if we tend to have more money, more revenue than what's anticipated, then we can take that amount and then put it into that account, and that in essence becomes the seed money.
Yeah. But we just want to put, I think we want to open it So now we can reference it. If something should occur, we can say, place that in what you opened during this budget year. And I don't know if we should, it helps us to open it with a zero balance, but we're saying if you could figure out within the numbers we have,
I can give you the number right now. This is a real simple way to open it up. I just got notification from LAFCO that our dues are going down some $8,000 for the year. So take that $8,000 and put it in that account, because technically that is that revenue above projection. Actually, its cost is down, not revenue. But take that money and put it in there, so it's on the line item now that we know it's there, and don't forget it.
And we need to put the definition from last year, so it's clear what it's used for very specifically, but then we'd have everything into one document. And again, that's very modest, but it at least opens it, and we can reference it as other monies may be forthcoming. Okay, Doctor?
I think I heard my name called with Mr. Kristen, and...
Yes, I'm sorry, we got carried away on another front.
Well,
Flush that out.
I've been looking at the trend for several years now and asking a lot of questions about it. It seems that this coming year's trend in the budget is $670 million, but we're going to issue $975 million worth of bonds and pay $1.03 billion for that privilege. That's a 3% interest rate. The trend's third part, the cash flow part, is really the object of my concern. The first 5 months of every year, this city does not take in enough money to pay for its monthly bills. And that's what the trend is for. Last year, the amount of money necessary to pay for that first 5 months was over $500 million. And I cannot imagine that it will be less than that this year. The trend and other mechanisms need to be developed in order to keep our cash flow in the positive, and the trend is already being invested. I'm astounded and really concerned when our city is leveraging money to pay. Sally Choi said it takes an 8% return on the investment to be able to balance this particular item. When I could find 8% on my investments, you may have my money. If the city can find it, I'd like to know where that might be. Thank you for hearing me. There'll be more to discuss and more in writing to concern me.
Thank you.
The 8% is a long-term average based on ups and downs. So 8% is not a mandate
I
each year.
understand that, but the TRAN is a 10-month event that starts in July and ends in May. And it is to be paid off fully within the year. There's $94 million that was not paid in this year from the, this is from Lessers, and is being rolled over into next year. You'll find it in last year's Volume 2 of the Blue Books. I don't see it in this year's issue, and I do not understand how we can run our money, for our obligation from this year into next year, and not either add to the $500 million that we're short this year, or the so-called $530 million that the mayor is projecting for next year. Thank you.
Any other questions on the
I think Ray want to answer.
If I may respond, that there was a proposal last year that would basically, we would make 3/4 of our payments. That was removed by the council, and so the city has made its full payment for this year to both lasers and pensions.
So, Mr. Weisman, what you were referring to is last year's proposed budget, which was not the adopted budget.
Okay. Now, have we gone through everything but the...
GCP.
GCP.
Yes.
Okay, we will recess today and come back tomorrow at 1 o'clock, or a half hour after the council ends, if it goes beyond, and we will start off with the GCP, and then we'll go into the memos.
And then, actually, between then, we'll talk about Exhibit H?
Yeah, we'll go with H and GCP first thing tomorrow.
Okay.
All right? So we'll recess tomorrow at 1 o'clock.